Yep.
Yeah, I believe
Back
so.
in.
And
I'll
then
go ahead and send a message.
Hey everyone, Richard here. How's it going? Joining me today again, Coach Tiger and Michael. How's it going, guys? You
Yes,
had a good
yes.
evening? Evening here
wonderful.
almost.
Yeah. Absolutely
Good
awesome.
stuff.
Absolutely
Wonderful.
awesome.
To all our viewers, before we get started, if you've got any questions, as always, drop them there in the chat box and we'll be more than happy to answer them for you. And I hope you enjoy the session. Michael, you want to take things away for us today?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. We're looking at a few good ones here. Let me know when you guys can actually see my screen.
Okay.
I'm just trying to share my screen here. Oh,
There
perfect.
it
So it
is.
looks
There
like
we go.
you guys can see it now. Perfect. All right, we are rocking and rolling, guys. That's what it's feeling like. I had a good feeling about this. All right, so
Good.
GC shorts. I'm really, really liking GC shorts. The only thing is, it's a little short here. Like it's super close. It's almost a 1-for-1, but not quite. So I would love a little pullback here, just a little bit further.
Mm-hmm.
And then something else that's kind of weary about this as well. This is the 4 hour chart. The 4 hour chart to me looks long, but this 1 hour chart to me looks short. So I'm not going to put a full position on here. I'm actually going to grab just a piece of it, and I'm going to put my stops a little bit tighter, guys, just to make this a
Nice.
full
Trading right out of
1-for-1.
the gate.
Yep.
Yeah, I
Great.
saw this. I've been waiting on this all day. So this stop loss looks like it's at 86.30, right? So 86.30. Oh, I don't think you guys can see this. Hang on. Let me 86.30. You know what? I'm gonna reshare, and I'm just gonna
Okay.
share my entire screen, and that should work. Can you guys see my? Oh yeah, it looks like.
Yeah.
So G shorts, right? And then this is at 86.30. Yeah, 86.30. Cool. So we'll just put this on at 86.30. Whoa, don't want to risk that much. We'll just do a half position here. Because if it pulls back, I would like to smack the other half. So let's just, what I call like a little foot soldier. Get one of them in there really quick, a little market order. And then we will short this here.
Nice.
Boom. All right, so we're at least in. And then let's go ahead and put the other side of it on, which would be here to this ADR low, which would be price 85.12. So let's open this back up. 85.12.
85.
I typically do both of these together, except when I gotta hurry up and get in, I'll do it this way. And I want to make this at least a 1-for-1, so I'm gonna put this a little bit lower at 5.
All right.
All right. So cool. So that is that one, GC. And then I always like to set my alerts, guys, as always. So I'm just going to put a little alert here. Just let me know that, hey, this thing is coming back. Just in case I step away or whatever the case is. Then I like to put this one up here saying, hey, SL hit. All right, little shorthand, SLs for stop loss. And then once we get about halfway through this position, which is probably about here, I want to move my stop loss to break even. So I'll just put SL to BE. And then finally,
Nice use of
you
the
guys know
messages.
my infamous. Oh, yeah, you got to use the shorthand. TP smack.
For your trade management as well.
Right.
That's awesome. TP smack.
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right, so this is good to go. I no longer have to do anything with this. I don't even have to watch it anymore. for the simple fact that I will get notified if things change, right? So
Good.
pretty good on that one. Since we're already here, I'll go ahead and go through a few other ones that I was kind of looking at as well. So I'm sure you guys seen Bitcoin hit this all-time high again.
Yep.
Right? So I don't know if you guys remember, but we were looking at this last. That was Monday. Was that Monday or last week? No. That was Wednesday, July 2nd. So that was last week. All right, that was last week. All right, so we can tell that this is going to the upside. Why? Because we have this 5,200 cross here, and then we're looking for that next move, which is the bounce off the 200. Normally, now I'll let you guys know I didn't take this because this was a V. I was expecting them to do something like this and then go up. So this here was a pass for me, unfortunately, which it did end up working out. Now then I did see, which again is not right because I don't take V's off the 200. It's W's off the 200. So this is nothing.
V bottoms.
Right? This was a total pass. Yeah, V bottoms aren't, to me, they aren't the best because they always do that retest for that second leg.
I mean, it's incredibly difficult to even try to trade a V bottom because you just don't know. It's just like reverses immediately and moves at lightning fast speeds.
Yes, that's exactly right. So I tend to stay away from them, and this is a perfect example, right? Now, yeah, this one did happen to work out, but as I say, this is an outlier. Typically, this does not work. This is, again, 20% of the time. Now, what I'm more interested in is this move here, right? Now, this is an actual W. First leg, they came back and retested with the second leg. If you look at the TDI, you can see the RSI line is outside the band. The next leg is inside the band. This makes much more sense to take this one. I didn't take this one, though, either, even though this ran. It's for the simple fact that you're holding this for way too long. Like, I'm not a swing trader. I'm a day trader. So you're holding this for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like half a day. And this thing literally just went today. All right. So I think you can do something like this. Yeah, this is across 28 bars, basically. So that's a whole day that you'll be holding on to this. I'm sure a lot of swing traders caught this move, which is great. Me, on the other hand, again, this is not my style. But overall, great setup, great trade, and that was the move. Had you been a swinger,
your scalps good enough.
Right? Right. And this is just one of those times where, I can still say, hey, I'm still seeing it the right way. This was going to the upside. I saw the legs there. Everything worked out great. I just wasn't a part of the move, which is totally fine. I'll just go get me another trade. Simple as that. Right. So that one did go. I was also looking at NAS 100, if you guys remember yesterday. As you can see, this went all the way up to the upside now. So I'm no longer interested in this. So I'm going to go ahead and take this alert off. This is now a pass. Same thing with, now this is kind of close. Kind of close. We'll see. We got this. Let's draw it out. So we got this beautiful M top here. We have this run. That's the 200, which is great.
Oh, that's on the Dow, right?
We have the.
Nice.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We got the 1350 cross. Right, and then we got this funky kind of pattern thing going on here, right? Now this might be okay. That's why I am gonna leave this alert up here. It says, "Look at this," right? What I also like about this is, if you look at the TDI here, we have outside the band, and this next one is inside the band. The only thing we're really missing, as you guys know, I love my reload, right? Like, for this setup, you have to have this reload that does this. So that we do not have just yet. So we'll see what it looks like on a hard right edge once this alert goes off. But in theory, the move will look something like this. And this might not even be up here. Oh, actually it is. So it's a risk in $1 to make $1.25. once the price gets to the 200 EMA, this is definitely when you want to move your stop loss to break even, because this can easily come down here, bounce off the 200, and go back the other way.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case it does that, I don't want any risk on the table, right? I would much rather it do something like, come down, maybe do a little stutter step, and then drop. That's what I'm hoping it does, and not come back up here and take me out. Right, so
Gotcha.
we'll leave that there. This is actually pretty close, so we'll just kind of see. And then next up was the S&P, which was just like NAS 100. This is blown out of the box now. If you guys remember, I was saying I'm not interested in it any longer once this crosses back up to the other side, which it's done. So with that being said, for me, this is gone. So I'm going to go ahead and take that off as well. And we did have, I don't remember what it was exactly. Which one was it? Let me just kind of
what it was,
because I know there was. Yeah, right. I don't remember what it was. Let's see. One of these has an alert. Oh, here it is. So yeah. So if you guys remember, I drew this up yesterday. I was kind of mentioning that this is what I would want to see on EU.
Yeah, the
right?
reload.
Still no real reload here. As you can see, market baseline is still below the static. So this, for me, is not ready yet, guys. It's not ready. We only got one leg there. I want to see it do something like this. Come back up and give me a real leg. Then I'll take that. Right? So I'm still going to leave this here. Just to kind of show what I'm actually looking for. Actually, this might be a little bit off now. Yeah, we have to move the stop, the TP down, because targets would be the ADR low. Yeah, this actually might be done.
Right.
Like, not a good one to take now. So we'll just keep monitoring it and we'll see. So that was EU. And I believe there was one more. I think it was a GBP pair. Because I said 2 alerts today and I only saw one. Okay, I'm already here. I might as well go over GU too. Same thing as yesterday, guys. This is not it just yet, right? And reason being is, as you can see as well, the market baseline, once it crossed over here, below the static, price is not going above it. It's close, but it's not there. It's no cigar just yet. So this is not it yet either. So GU and EU are close. They're pulling like a little sneaky move, I'd say. Technically, I wouldn't want it to do that.
A sneaky move.
Like I wouldn't take it. Yeah, I wouldn't take it like this because it's just not right yet. Right? You need to do something more like this. So I'll leave this one here as well. GJ. Yeah, we'll just take this off. There was nothing on GJ. We pointed out this head and shoulders pattern off this 200 that went long. So this is nothing. And there was one more G. Oh, here it is here. Oh, no. This is GCAD. So it looks like we're doing good on GBP CAD so far. This up $11.
That's still with full position.
Yeah, this is still with one position. If it doesn't do the pullback, like comes, let's say, around here, this would be my second entry.
Okay.
Right. So I'll get an alert saying, hey, this is my second entry. I will grab it again if it comes here, because this is a solid setup.
Gotcha.
And this is the risky sometimes where, hey, this thing might not pull back. At least I got some on the trade, right? And obviously I wasn't. It's not isn't an A+ setup where I'm putting a half, because I mentioned that the 4-hour chart long, it could be long, and this 1-hour chart looks kind of short. So kind of teetering between those lines. This overall, it does look like it will be short. So I'm just gonna put half on just to be sure.
Gotcha.
And man, I think I lost the last one. because I know there was one more that I was looking for, guys, and I cannot find it. AUD CAD. Nope, wasn't this one. You know what it is? Typically, I would run through these. Oh, here it is. Here. Okay, it's AU. It's AU. It's AU. I'm like, man, why can't I find this? So yeah, this looks like this isn't going to work out either. For the simple fact, as I said, this 5200 has crossed to the upside now, and I don't like that. So I'm just going to get rid of this and take this off. All right. I was looking for this to, you see the 5200 cross. I wanted some type of M structure here to go short, which is not happening now. This is way too long. And another good way for me to tell if it's blown out the box, which means basically this is no longer the first leg, is if there's more than 4 candles above this high point, right? So if I make something here off the body, there's way more than 4 candles above here. We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 candles above this, which is no bueno. This is not good at this point. So we have 2 reasons to say, nah, this is not short anymore. More than 4 candles above this first leg, and the 5200 has now crossed to the upside. This is dead. I'm not interested in this any longer.
Yeah, so probably stronger resistance and now turning potential support.
Yep, that's exactly what it is, right? Because if through this could easily just bounce off this and go long. Easily. Cool. We got two crosses here. I like this death cross. So this kind of a fake short. They did this little reset off this 800 EMA. Everyone thinks this is short, which I did too, as you can see. Right, I was ready for the shorts, but once we get this reset off this 800 EMA, price has broken above. This support is now, well, resist is now support. 5200 cross to the upside. This is looking long now. I'm not saying take this long, but you know, this is definitely looking long at this point. If it comes to maybe some price around here, which is pretty much close to where it is, I would want to see a close and then maybe a bounce off. But to take this long, I would need the same thing that I always need, which would be that W structure going long, market baseline going below the static for that reload. And that move will look something like this. Boom. So this is now dead too. I only have GC on the board for today. I'll keep my eye on things, see if something else pans out.
Cool.
But yeah, that is pretty much it.
Thanks, Michael. So are you still there?
Yeah.
You're awfully quiet.
Can you hear? Yeah, I've just been playing around with the charts.
I see.
Spent a lot of time ready for this morning.
Guys, that zone I showed you on crude oil has actually been hit. I had my alert just trigger about 2-3 minutes ago. So maybe if you could share my screen, then I'll quickly pop on over to that and just quickly look at that and hand things over to you, Tiger.
All righty.
Sweet.
Right, so there's that 4-hour fair value gap that's just been hit there on crude oil. Let me just get rid of that line. Price is pulling into it. Also, if you slope a pitchfork upwards, you see price pretty much tagged that upper median line and then started moving sideways. It was also at that angled line that I got from the weekly. That black line over there, where all these internal little highs found resistance previously. So a lot of confluence at that high. That being said, price is at that zone I've been waiting for. And I would like to take a trade there. However, let me go back to the 4-hour. We have got that lower median line where price is pretty much at right now. So for me, I'm just hoping this is not some sort of a zigzag to the upside. Like that. and now we're heading lower again. But so be it, right? It is where I wanted to get into a trade, where I'm interested in going long on crude oil. And NASDAQ, sorry, I'm on the futures charts there. It's just because I do watch both. CFDs, obviously, same area. Prices there, a bit of a long-ranging decline there. But crude oil, just like the NASDAQ, can also just turn around on a whim. Like it does it quite often. So I'm interested in this trade, but I'll do something similar to what Tiger likes doing when price hits his supply and demand zones. Rather than just jumping in a trade, it'd be nice to see some sort of a bounce out of there, right? Maybe an engulfing bullish candle, and probably look at the 15 minutes time frame for that, sorry. And then if I do get some sort of a bullish move out there, I'll go long, and stop loss will be placed below that fair value gap. Right, so I just wanted to confirm and quickly show you that price has actually hit that. I've been talking about that zone for quite some while. Price is now, like I said, back in there. And unless it blasts straight through, right, then it is not a trade at all. And I'll have to move on and look at something else. So I'll keep an eye on crude oil on my side. Just quickly want to go to the Nazi, and then I'll pass it on to you, Tiger. NASDAQ 100. Let's start off with the futures. Anyway, that's now been a pretty strong decline here. But anyway, on the NASDAQ, price is still a fair distance away from that 23,218 level, which is this upward sloping angled median line. It's actually a dashed red warning line. And this is the sort of semi-last one before that upper median line potentially could also be hit. So these are just potential targets, since price is now up in the air, right? If you look left with these all-time highs, there's no price structure, or historical price structure to look at. So for me personally, this is one of the only ways to kind of judge, or probably always a guess, but assume that prices might be moving towards those levels, right? So some sort of a projection of where price might still be heading towards. So obviously this week we punched last week's high, and then we had that strong decline yesterday, very volatile. Punched last week's high, massive fast reversal to the downside, and the price has since then been moving a little bit to see how it's doing that dragging thing again. Trading view, it's not catching up.
Oh, man.
That's weird. Yeah. Anyway, so price is within this up and down drop that we've had. They still make new highs again, so I'll keep an eye on the NASDAQ. That being said, a data, because it's obviously on, and I need to look at the CFDs side of things. Switch to the right space, and there we go. Where are we at? Again, very strong deal here at the open. Potential manipulation side, attacking the previous AM session's highs, and it's now dropped downwards. Also take the AM session low out. We are around about an upward sloping dash line, very close to it. For me personally, it does look maybe bearish. The reason why I say that is this 5 sequence that we've seen here. Right, what do we get? 5-wave sequence, generally, not always, decline. Right,
Go the other way.
So my areas of interest would be, let me just get rid of that. The Nazi, if price could actually take London lows, we got a cluster of London lows that followed during the London. session. And if it would hit that, it's still pretty far away. Also, not to short this either. I want some sort of price confirmation. If price is lower, then I'll be interested in taking a price can hit these lows and then see some sort of reversal. Pretty small time frame already, but I know the entries on my NASDAQ trades with 1 minute time frames. To the upside, if price is not that low, then I would like to see price this bearish fair value gap that just formed as an inverted fair value gap, potentially move, and then maybe we could use that as an entry and also this upward sloping median line here. So these angles are still working pretty well, I would say, on this pitchfork. So we could also, use some of confluence between that and gaps, whatever the case. So what I'm going to do here is just set an alert a little bit low on the NASDAQ, same as what Michael did there. I'm learning from him still. Maybe crossing down to Asia lows. Right. And what I could also do is maybe just put another one above the value gap. Creating maybe is probably a better word. Inverted G. And that's it. So before I hand things over to you, Tiger, just lastly look at crude again, see if there's any sort of reaction to the upside, and I'm going to save that and go back to the other workspace. Sorry, going to just navigate. Been spending a bit of time to also, get everything to work and flow better during these presentations, right? Again, it's also pressing the wrong button. All right, so there we go. Still there?
Yes.
And yeah, let's see if I can get a bounce on the next 15-minute can. To the upside, it looks a bit more bullish than it is currently. Then I'll take it. Right. Nice. Time being, guys, looking at crude oil, so I have to be quite patient, but sometimes it does pay off to be patient and trade. Definitely. Over to you, Igor.
All right. Let me just go and get this puppy shared. Share. All right. I got my screen shared. Here we go. All right. Yes, sir. So, yeah, so yesterday I had a pretty good day. I did finish with one loss, small loss, and then I had 3 winners. 2 of those winners were the trades I set, or I got into in the 4th of last week. They just, I kind of went over them briefly yesterday, but they were just pretty boring. They just went kind of sideways. And then when it comes to, which I'll just click on now, quite the spike there towards the afternoon here in the U.S. anyway. We had, I believe they were talking about news about, because obviously the U.S., they signed some legislation about reserve, like having a crypto reserve fund, okay, for the government. So
yeah, there's been Roswell talks about that for some time, right?
Yeah, so there was some more news about that. Looks like Roswell, New Mexico, which is where the aliens like to live, but they're the first city to create their own fund. Seeded it with, I think, just something small, $3,000 or whatever, just Poland. but their goal is to build that thing up to $1 million just in the crypto reserve fund for them.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, as soon as that news came out, I mean, you can see we just got that big giant spiky candle right there. I had obviously bought off of this demand zone. Now, again, on my regular trading view, I actually looked at the 2-hour time frame. So we don't have obviously the 2-hour on this chart, but yeah, just imagine that's a 2-hour demand. Obviously came down, touched it on the 4th, and then just went sideways. And then as soon as these came out, it spiked up and closed me out for a pretty good profit. So yeah.
Good stuff.
I mean,
Nice.
the fundamentals were good. I just
Nice.
needed a good news to push it to my target. So take profits. So
That's a very nice.
So
trade,
that
man.
was, yeah, it was, rather surprising. I
I'm
took
glad
a
to
little
know
bit of
you
a
was
nap
in there.
midday. What's that? Glad to
know you was in there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
remember,
it's funny.
I didn't get the first position on Bitcoin. I let the second one go. So I'm glad somebody got it.
Yeah. Well, I actually broke my rules when I got in the trade, because for me, looking at fundamentals, I like the 5 or higher score. Well, when I got into it, it was a 3. So I should have a good piece of news, which obviously that came yesterday. So that since moved up my fundamental score, but I just like it again. I mean, sometimes, I don't know, you get to trading so long and studying thousands of hours of charting, and sometimes you just get the gut feeling. I mean, even if something's not 100% perfect, and I'm not Nostradamus or anything, but that zone looked great. It had a pretty good exit just from the technicals, and so I just went with it. So yeah, anyway, it panned out. I took a nap yesterday midday, and I woke up and it hit. So I guess I'll just start taking more naps.
You have time for naps. If you watch your sport team and you have to go to the loo, then they always score a try or like a goal as soon as you're not there.
Yep.
Same with
Yeah. Well, that's so you quickly go do your business, and thankfully I can wash my hands and peek over the door frame so I can see the TV, just so I don't miss a play. So yeah, that was Bitcoin, and then the other one was pound Swiss. So let me just flip back here. Yeah, that was the one I had a short sell on in this area. I mean, it was down in yesterday was the 9th, so it was down in this area. Remember, I was talking about dropping my stop loss to I brought it down to break even, but I was just looking to slowly trail it down. But all of a sudden, same thing. Woke up from my nap and it just shot down and closed me out. So, yeah, that took care of 2 of my 3 trades I opened last week, and then the other one was the one that actually lost, which was the euro. So that was my lone loss. Let's go take a quick. It's always good. I always like to go back and double check whether I have a winner or a loser, just to see how it looked, kind of a post game. But yeah, I had gotten in this area. Now it doesn't look so good on the GUI trades, but again, on TradingView, the zone looked a lot better. So yeah, clearly it came down, tapped me in, and it broke that low, which is where I had my stop loss. So took a small loss on that one, no big deal, because any one of the winners more than made up for that. And then I also took live on the stream yesterday. We were talking FTSE earlier in the morning, so I got into the FTSE 100, and because it was giving me a score of a 5. So I was looking at that one on a 15-minute chart. Got in. Actually, I left a lot on the table, but yeah, I bought in right here, and then as you can see, it just came up and closed it out just before the overhead supply. So just a quick, simple little winner on that one. I think $60 or something like that.
Very nice.
But see, I limit because I had to do some running around, and clearly I should have probably left it open, right? And there's always the hindsight. Always the hindsight. Well, why didn't I leave it open? Why didn't I leave it open? But I'm getting back into some of the shorter time frames. So, resurrecting and dusting off some of the older methods. So, yeah, I probably should have left it open clearly. But anyway, yeah, that was a good day. 3-1, pretty decent profit even with that small loss. So, if I flip on over to my trading view, obviously we had job. What was that report we had this morning? That was the unemployment for the U.S. So that was a good report. The previous report was 233,000. I think they revised it down to 232,000, but they'd actually projected it to go higher at 236,000, but the actual was even less than all those. So it was 227,000. So yeah, obviously a good, good sign for the U.S. dollar and obviously the U.S. stock market. If 50 is my baseline, if I'm looking at my, just taking a look at my my heat map, let me go make sure that's popped up. Yeah, so I still have the U.S. dollar at 54%. So that's pretty well neutral and fundamental story. Okay. So yeah, it's kind of no man's land. I don't really want to go buy it. I don't really want to go sell it unless I pair it with something that's really strong or really weak. Like obviously the euro dollar at 83% currency, followed closely by the New Zealand dollar. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we got 17% for the Canada dollar. So, any chance I get to sell the Canada dollar or buy the euro or the New Zealand dollar, that's what I'll try to pair with it. So, in fact, I wanted to go over just some of my alerts that I've got set and see kind of where we're at. So UK, yeah, obviously that was the one that I had profited on. I had actually set another alert further down, but as you can see, it just ran off and left me. So what I would probably look to do if I'm looking at that on an hour is move that alert to this point here, because we do have a new point where price shot up. So yeah, I would expect price to retrace that whole area just because it moves so fast. I mean, really since Monday at like 3 p.m. Central Time. I mean, it's just been going parabolic, as you can see, on a 1 hour. So, yeah, I mean, definitely I would like to get in this area because I believe I still do have a 5 or higher. Let me just double check my edge finder. Yeah, so it's still a score of a 5 on my fundamentals. And let's just step down. Let's take a look at some smaller zones. I mean, here's a 15-minute zone right here, a little higher up. 1, 2, 3 green candles coming out of that. So that's pretty good. 10-minute. It doesn't look as good on a 10-minute because I've got 2 candles. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, we got some really good volume, even on that one there. So, I mean, if we were to look at it that's 1 candle, so I probably would ignore that. But I do like this zone here because it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles coming out of it. I think that's 6. Yeah, 6 candles. So that might be a potential spot, and then just incorporate this. This is what I call a zone on top of a zone because they're just basically touching. So yeah, if I were to trade that area, I would just incorporate both of those zones like this. Right. Just make it one bigger zone. So that would probably be a good idea, a good opportunity there. If for some reason that zone doesn't work out, then I can flip back to my hour and then just kind of zoom in. And then I've got this one down here. So it's a little narrower, but look how strong it is. Now the big volume candle doesn't start until this zone up here. So that's why I've got that one in play on that smaller time frame. But yeah, I mean, if it retraces this whole move, then I would definitely look to, potentially take a second stab at that. But first, I want to move my alert up to this area here so that I can see what I've got when it comes down to that 5-minute or that zone on top of the zone in the 5-minute. If I can get it. I mean, I got to hit it right on the line. Come on. Right on the line. Well, I'll just leave it a little ahead of it. We'll just do that. But yeah. So again, it's, if I get rid of my drawings, so it's this red candle here, this red candle here. So that's why I've just incorporated both of them because they're just touching. They're basically conjoined, if you will. So yeah, got an alert set there. That one, we'll see if that one can hit here on stream or shortly thereafter. Pound dollar is the only dollar denominated pair that I have where I would actually consider buying the dollar because of the pound. Let me see here. The pound is 40%. Excuse me. So if I go look at pound dollar, overall, obviously, it's just been a really strong uptrend. However, again, it has bounced off that daily supply zone from way back here. So that's really the only reason I would be halfway comfortable taking a short sell the pound, buy the dollar. It is because it did bounce off that. I mean, it's hitting the extreme highs. So, if I just go down to a 1 hour, I got a zone here, supply zone here. I like that because it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 candles coming out of it. So that shows consistent strength. Same thing above it. It's not quite a zone on top of a zone because I do have some daylight between them, but I might take a small stab at this one. But I really like this one up here because I've got my VWAP line coming through it. So as time progresses, excuse me. Yeah. So what I've done is put an anchored VWAP from this top point right here, the very top. So where it actually was in the overall or the overhead supply zone on a daily, just the highest point. So I just wanted to track price movement from that point. So currently it's going through that upper zone. Now, if price quickly retraces, then I would like that zone better. If it just kind of goes sideways and takes a while to come back up to the area, obviously my VWAP would continue to trail downward as well. Kind of like you with your reload line, right? So, if I can,
you got to see them trap those traders.
Right. Yeah. And so it really just depends if I can find my drawing tool. My goodness, where's my drawing tool? There it is. It really just depends. So, if I just kind of project and to make that red, it really just depends on how long it takes for price to come back up to these zones. Again, if it just comes up quick and blows through here, then I would more prefer this one because I'd be getting a bounce off that supply and off the VWAP. But if it comes up a lot slower, then I would look to take this bottom one like that. So it really just depends on the speed of the retracement, if that makes sense. So that's the slow idea, and then this is the fast idea. So I got two options on that. That's kind of the way I see that one. Sorry, guys, I'm losing my voice today. Excuse me.
All good, all good.
Yeah, so that would be my pound dollar. And let's take a look at the US 30. I do have an alert set here as well on the 4 hour. I believe that's a 4 hour. Yeah. So 4 hour, I mean, look at that VSA candle all the way at the bottom, right next to it, the big red one. So I like that. That's a extremely strong move coming away. So we did have price come down. It's going sideways. It's forming some of these master pattern contraction boxes. So yeah, I just want to start seeing that manipulation come up and then come down, and then we look to take a buy. So it's already been manipulating pretty well. So I would be okay for it just coming straight down like that. Now I've got my overhead supply zone here, which is another thing I like to draw up. I'll always like to draw up my overhead. Like if I'm placing a buy order, I just want to make sure and visualize my supply zone on whatever time frame I'm placing, whether that's the 4 hour like this or the 1 hour or the 5 minute. kind of like I did, with the pound trade I did. Or I'm sorry, the UK trade I did yesterday. It's going down there. Yeah, same thing. I just want to make sure and show my demand zone and my supply zone. My extreme points, so I know exactly where I stand.
Nice.
So yeah, that's UK, that's US 30. Go down to the 15-minute. See what I got here. That's what I love, guys, about supply and demand and the master pattern. They work great on all the time frames. Just awesome.
Right.
5 minutes.
I call it fractional.
Yeah.
I like to trade the 1 hour primarily, and the 4 hour I'll use for confirmation, and I'll drill down to the 15-minute, for that one setup, the ID50. But in actuality, the same patterns occur across all time frames. It depends on if you want to be more of a scalper, more of a day trader, more of a swinger. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how you can attack it. Because literally, I take 4 hour trades sometimes, but I just know I have to swing trade those. If it's a beautiful Mona Lisa, what I would call master trade on a 4 hour chart, I'm taking it. And I'll swing it because it's the same exact pattern that I would take on a smaller time frame. I just got to hold it a little bit longer. That's the only difference.
Yeah, because like when I first started trading 11 years ago, I started because I was just like everybody else. I wanted to be in on the action. So I was trading the 5 and 15-minute demand zones and supply zones. But that's back when I was still wet behind the ears, so I didn't know exactly what I was doing. See, I took my Trading Academy classes, and it's just like drinking from a fire hose. You learn so much at once because I took a stock class. It was a week long, and then that's 2014. 2015, I took Forex class, and it was a week long. But the good thing with that is we get lifetime retakes, so I was able to retake those classes. Just because of how much information they just stuff into your head. But yeah, the point is, they teach the basics, but it takes a lot of trial and error to figure out all the nuances. So that's what I would tell anybody. Like basics of trading are simple. It's just all the nuances you got to learn. That all the puzzle pieces you got to figure out how to lock together. Agreed. So. But yeah, I was starting off.
Sometimes you can't learn too much too fast because it's kind of like you're overwhelmed a bit, right? Like a small part for me would be when I mentioned that, this is an M off the 200. Once someone can identify that, then I'll add an extra piece and say, well, just now that you can see the M off the 200 or the W, just so you know, it's actually 3 different variations. It could be an M, it could be a half a bat, or it could be a head and shoulders. Now that you can see it, we can talk about that. But I don't want to confuse you with too much in the beginning because you'll end up not showing up tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to blow them out of the water.
All right.
But yeah, like I say, I started with that, and then I ended up, getting with the jobs I had back then. I was sales, doing sales work, sales jobs. That's when I really started getting good at the 4 hour and the 1 hour because I couldn't be on the charts all day. So, yeah, that's where I've pretty well been at. But it's nice to get back to the smaller time frames, getting rid of these other commitments I've been in the middle of to where I could get back to playing where the action's at. So, yeah, that's why I say I'm just kind of. That's why I put a limit on that trade yesterday. So I'm just resurrecting that. But let's see here. Oh, look at NAS. Yeah, it's still going.
Yeah, the NAS dropped very hard. I'll go over that a little bit.
Okay.
In more detail, but you can go forth. I actually feel like I should get into this crude oil trade.
You can hop on if you want. I can come back. It's up to you. Because I'm going to go look at a couple others. But yeah, go right ahead.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to take a stab at this. So we do have a little bit of a bounce. And this is on the 15-minute. There was also a fair value gap, a bearish one. And it looks like it might get inverted. So that might be an early indication that we getting that bounce I've been looking for. It is within that area I discussed previously. So I'm not going to wait for the fair value gap to get broken there. It's just because of the risk. It will eat into my risk reward, if that makes sense, right? So that's what I would try to aim for. Stop below that big 4-hour fair value gap and target this almost like triple top formation that we've seen over there. All right, so assuming the price might gravitate back towards that. All right, so I'm also willing to keep this trade overnight. I'm not sure things on my phone on TradingView sometimes, see how it develops. But without further ado, let's go and execute that. My stop on the CFD sides of things is going to be at 65.20. And I've already set the target. It's way up there. Well, I have to set the target first. Let's just drag that out for the time being, and let's do this. Going long. There we go. I'm in.
Good deal.
Right, so stop loss, again, slightly below that level, and the target, by the looks of this thing, is all the way back up there. I'm just interested in a good 2-to-1 at the moment. All right, small trade, but that is what I've been looking for. I had the patience to wait, so hopefully it pays off, right? And that's it, guys. Back to you, Tiger. I had to take a trade quickly. Sorry for interrupting.
No,
but it's always nice to show the trade. All right. We are getting a bit of a move up there. Let's see. Right. Back to you.
Oh, let's get you some cash this morning. As far as the euro dollar, that's my strongest major at a 6. I do have a really good demand zone on a higher time frame on a 4-hour right here. Pretty good candles coming out of there. Now that also is a little bit of a resistance point over here before that big former spike down. So that's why I put the blue lines. Just as a reminder, I put blue lines where there was former support and resistance points a little further back in time. So like over here, I got one right here. Looks like I need to add one right there, don't I? Right there. So got one there. I don't want to put too many, just some of the basics or some of the major ones, like obviously there as well. But yeah, looking at the 4-hour chart, I mean, I had 1 point there of resistance right there. That's a second, and that's a third. Former points of resistance. So we'll see if resistance becomes support if and when price comes down to that zone. So I like that one. What's my fib look like on that one? Let's take a look. So just, right at so 61.8 would be just below that would be a stop loss. So I do like that. It's between the 50 and the 61.8 on the fibs. So pretty good spot as far as the fibs are concerned. I like that. But again, that's a little further out. A little further out. What else I got? New Zealand Canada dollar, dollar Canada dollar. Oh, it looks like the dollar Canada dollar is now in the 5 camp. Dollar Canada dollar. So
in the 5 camp. That's the good camp, right? At least.
Yeah, 5 or higher. 5 or higher, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's take off my drop for a second here.
Take the safety off at 5.
That's right. Well, I like it because, before I had a strict set of rules on my fundamentals, I would just trade anything. Anytime I would see a supply or demand zone, I would just trade it. So I wasn't paying the greatest attention to the curve, to the trend, all those things. And, it was just too much. And so when I finally figured out the fundamental side of things, it just made it easier because it only limits me to X amount of things I can trade in a day rather than trying to trade 28 currency. So, it's just nice. I just like it. Give me the strongest, give me the weakest. But dollar Canada dollar looks like we're getting a little bit of a zone right here. Looks like that's going to be around the 61.8 as well if I go from here to here. Yeah, 61.8. A little lower on the scale, but yeah, we might as well draw that in. Oh, and something I wanted to let everybody know. So when it comes to your drawing tools, obviously when you make a box, it's freestyle. If you want to pinpoint the tops or the bottoms of particular points, just hit your little magnet tool over here. Just click that, and then it'll automatically go to the bottom.
Mm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got to actually grab my tool again. It'll go to the bottom, and then it'll lock it into the top of your candle. See, I didn't even touch the top or the bottom. It just moves it automatically.
That's good.
It took me about 10 years to figure that out. But it's the magnet. So like if I move it to any point, any candle, it automatically goes to the bottom of that.
Right.
So I love it because it's just so much quicker to draw
So
in
it snaps
zones.
with the drawing tools. Nice.
Yeah, exactly. And it's on our GUI trades as well, or whatever platform. But yes, the magnet. So you give everybody something to play around with. Because I mean, when you don't have it on, if you just want to quickly draw, you gotta try to line it up perfectly and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
like that.
And those little circles are in the way.
Then you'll find sometimes you'll miss the edge of the candle or whatever. So anyway, just thought I would throw that out there, especially for anybody at home looking. Okay. So yeah, dollar Canada. Let's see. Let's take another look at this. So obviously we've been in a strong downtrend. I'm just now getting a 5 or higher score. So yeah, I'm just the most interested in. Let me reset my chart. Smaller time frames, I'd be looking in this area. So let's just go look down on a smaller time frame. All right. So that 15 minute, let's draw in the hour. I wanted to show you guys this. So this is zone confluence. So there's my 1 hour candle. And then when I go down to a 15 minute, I've also got a 15 minute within the 1 hour. If I just draw that in, this is an odds enhancer. Yes, this is an odds enhancer for me, what I call an odds enhancer. So that makes me feel real good about that candle. Now, I would prefer to see 1, 2, 3 candles green coming out of that. So that would be the only slight knock on this. But
yeah,
we can always go down to a smaller time frame. Let's see if the picture looks better.
It's on a smaller time frame.
Yeah, right. So I don't like that because the candle after that last red candle was a green candle and it didn't even break the height of that. So I don't like that on a 10-minute perspective. This is where nitpicking can really help you out. 5 minutes, that's the lowest I personally go. Yeah, 5 minutes, I got the one big green candle coming out. So that's a pretty strong exit. But then you start getting into the smaller zone, right? So, I mean, yeah, I could draw in that 5-minute candle. But the reality is it's only about 2.2 pips. So that's too small for my taste. Mm-hmm. If I'm trading from a 5 or a 15, give me at least 5 pips, preferably something like 8 or 10 pips. So yeah, it looks to me like the 1 hour, was 10 pips. I think that was 10 pips. Let's go back down to that 15. Yeah, let's just measure it. So from the 1 hour. So that's 5 pips on that 15-minute candle, but it's 9 pips on the 1 hour candle. So just to further fine tune this, something I like to do is look at the VSA. So the last red candle for the 15-minute, if I look to the candles to the left, which is what the 1 hour is incorporating, then I like to see what the volume looks like on those candles. Is it less? So for me, it looks to be that they're less. So that tells me, even though this is the 1 hour candle, the candles on the 1 hour time frame aren't really that impressive. Not until you get to the 15-minute candle, because the candles after that last red candle start to grow in volume, as you can see at the bottom. So just in fine tuning that, I would personally prefer to take the 15-minute, buy in the 15-minute. Because, again, those candles that the 1 hour demand zone candle are incorporating, the volume down here is less, all the way down here. So, but the volume immediately after that red candle on 15 starts to grow and go higher and higher. So that's why I would prefer to see price come into the 15-minute candle itself. In other words, I don't want to buy just because it hit the 1 hour candle. If that makes sense. So, and I've got the multi-time frame output. What's that?
At least it makes sense to me.
Yeah. That's again. That's got a little more in depth stuff, but this is again the nuances that just take time to learn and master. But yeah, I mean, I would feel okay taking out of the 1 hour buy, but I would feel even better waiting for the 15. So I'm gonna go ahead and put me an alert there.
Cool.
An alert set up there. I'll just throw that.
You're heavy on the alerts today.
Yeah.
You gotta be. Session for me, the lifesavers. Like seriously, that up my game when I start using alerts actively.
Now I'm going to put my alert for the 1 hour, but obviously that'll give me a few minutes until it hits the 15. So I hope that makes sense. That's the best way I would want to trade dollar Canada dollar.
Cool.
What's something to short today? Pound Swiss, Aussie Swiss. Should I get back into that pound Swiss? I mean, it paid me yesterday. Let's see if I got another option.
Don't overstay.
What's that?
Overstay your welcome there.
Yeah. That zone worked out on Wednesday. Let's see here. 15-minute. Yeah, ugly zone. I don't really see. I mean, that's kind of one right there. Right there. Let's see what it looks like. 5-minute looks good, except it's again only 2 pips wide. Yeah, so we're getting into the too big of a magnifying glass. So I'm not really interested in that. We'll stay away from it. It's ugly. Like Michael says, I need better looking legs.
It's ugly. It's ugly. I'm quick to say that to people. Yeah. Like, no. You know when something's cute when it's not. Like, come on
now. like babies, right?
Yeah. Like you're forcing it. You're forcing it. Like, we just got here, dude. That's the one you're gonna go for? Because she looked at you? No, that's not the route you want to go. Right. Be patient. Right?
Euro,
might get a supermodel. I like them supermodel trades.
Yeah, exactly.
The Mona Lisa.
Euro Aussie.
Michael. Exactly. I don't know if she was a supermodel back then, maybe.
I added an alert on Euro Aussie down here at this 4 hour zone. I wanted to get away from all this junk. This is what you call crap, especially on the daily. Look at that. It's just a bunch of crap. You got wicks on top, wicks on bottom. If I move this chart on the right, my daily, if I move it to a weekly, I was going to say, I know form a master pattern box. So this is higher time frame stuff, but on a higher time frame, it's just a contraction point on the weekly. So, obviously I would prefer price to leave either the top or the bottom. I don't care which. And then I'm surprised that it's not painting it that way, but like to me, a master pattern contraction point. Yeah, I guess I'm getting better and smarter than the algorithm because I see it. I see that as a major contraction point. So the algorithm ain't going to draw it in. I am. So it went up, it went down. But I want it to come down to this point here. So 4 hour, That's probably the best looking zone. I don't want to touch it anywhere in here. Well, I mean, it is kind of creating your fair value gap if you look at it from this point of view. Well, it's actually been mitigated, I guess, from that candle right there, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that'd probably be out of play. Fine tune it. Go down.
It's not too far away.
It's not, yeah. I mean, it's about 50, 60 pips, so that might be in play, but I got my alert set on it. Your Aussie dollars. Let's see. Yeah, see all these Swiss pairs that it's wanting to buy. I just don't like the fact that the ATR is so small. Pound Swiss, Aussie Swiss. Well, no, I think one of them was good. Aussie, yeah. See, Aussie Swiss is only 44 pips. I don't want to touch it. I like molasses on my pancakes, but not on my trading. Pound Swiss, that's 73 pips. That's just barely in my wheelhouse. It looked like it did hit this 1 hour supply zone. It's starting to go down, of course, while I'm sleeping, right? I had the master pattern. So yeah. So you had a zone on top of a zone.
But we need to sleep as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Left this zone, came down.
Right? My mentor told me that behind the screens, you need to set these guys, like, let's say there's 3 different makers, right? And when it's about time for us to get tired and that guy goes tax the next guy in and say, hey, it's 300 million down there. Make sure you hit that price point. We'll be good to go. They high five each other and say, I'll see you tomorrow. Tired. The next guy comes in. They just keep doing it on rotation while we're asleep sometimes. So we stand no chance when it comes to that part. So you really can't get too mad when a move happened, you were asleep. It's like, dude, it's 3 against 1 now, like literally. You got market maker, the New York market maker, and the London market maker against you. Literally.
Murphy's Law. That's Murphy's Law in effect.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Last one I'll show real quick, guys. I'm sorry, I'm taking up space up. Is dollar Swiss. So yeah, same thing. Getting a.
I just got my alert for moving my stop loss to break even. GCAD.
Nice.
Tiger.
Okay, you seconds. Dollar Swiss. Last one. I have an alert set up here on this 4-hour zone. You can see this zone got touched at one point and dropped. So that was a good looking zone, which is another one that I missed. So yeah, same thing. Going sideways, did hit a high demand zone. I want to see it bounce up. Zone right here. And yeah, I bet I could probably find a VWAP line off of this high or this high too to add extra confluence. So that's basically it for the moment. If you want, I'll pass it back to you, Michael, and then I'll finish off here.
Yeah. Let me share my screen here, guys. Let me get this up.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, perfect. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So
100.
We got in here. Price was in at 68. So 68 was. Let me move this down a little bit to make it 60. Is technically here. This is about halfway for me. At this point, I just like to take off, move my stop loss to break even. So we're in at 68. I'll just move it down to 66. So just move this stop loss down. 85, 6. At this point, I was like to double check things. I can easily see I won't lose any money on this trade. So I'm going to first move my stop loss to break even. So we're officially off the table. There's no way I can lose this trade. And then I am going to take half a position. So typically I would take a half if it was a full position on a good setup. Take a quarter on this one because I do still believe this is going to continue to go. So
you're taking quarter
to take
off.
partials.
Okay.
Quarter off, and I can do that here. So when I do is 28 divided by 4. What is that? 8 divided by 4. That's 7. So I'll just take 7
Jeez,
of this
this
off.
my math. 6. 7 is uneven. You need to trade with even numbers. No,
Cool.
just kidding.
So we just move our stop loss to break
doing.
even. Yeah. And it's weird, right? Because sometimes I want to take off anything, but I don't like to build a habit of doing that. I literally like to stick to doing the same exact thing. So although it was only a few bucks, right? Like Tiger said, I can get some coffee here, and maybe I can get some gringas, some tortillas. You know, I can do a $5 here.
Oh, yeah, one of my favorite foods.
Yeah, I love it.
I miss
we pretty
Mexico.
much done with this one.
Good job. That was a nice, fast move.
Yeah, and I can see like once it actually can typically within 1 or 2 candles, I may either break even or take profit, one of the two. Perfect example. Literally, once we took this trade, yeah, we had this last one a little bit funky, but what we were really looking for was for price to close this blue tracer, which again, we still have 30 minutes on this trade. So totally back up here, right? And tag me out, and then something like that. That could happen. It could also do something like, where is this thing at? Nah, I don't want to take that one off. I hate when that happens. It could also do something like, let me put this back on here. We're in 8.
It's dollars.
All right, cool. So 68 there. All right, our team here. This could also, and I'm going to lock this on here so that it doesn't happen again. And this could also like this and just come all the way back the other way, right? And that I'm definitely not trying to be a part of. So this thing could do whatever it wants to do, but my point is, I literally don't even care what it does. I'm more focused on following my process, which I've done. I've executed the trade, confirmed. It got halfway. My alert went off. I moved my stop loss to break even. Partials. I did my job. It's basically up to the market to do its job now, which hopefully is to go ahead to my TP.
Dollar Swiss is flirting with me over here.
Oh, let's get it. Really quick.
It's
so I'll just take these 2 off because there's no reason to keep them. And then I'll just put this at 66. What I do like to do it, guys, is I will put this back on. That just tells me out. Man, I can't spell. OUDBE. All right, so if I do step away, which I will, I'm not going to even look at this anymore. I don't know if either 1 hit TP or 2 it took me on to break even. Either one, I've done my job, so that's really it. But yeah, I just wanted to show that. Thanks. But yeah, back to you, Tiger. If you want to GF trade that's flirting with you, let us see what she looks like.
Well, yeah, UF is what I'm looking at. Yeah, we'll go ahead.
Oh, UF, okay.
UF, yeah.
Legs than you.
Hardcore, but I just don't have my trigger candle yet. I mean, if I'm looking at the 30-minute, yeah. So I had a nice 30-minute supply candle here, supply zone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red candles coming out of that. So I love that. I also like the volume, where the volume was at when that zone formed. I mean, just a nice spike in volume.
Right.
Just flipping on down. So that's a 30-minute. So ideally, I would want to go low to like a 5 minute. 5 minutes. So I think I would honestly feel the most comfortable. What's that?
Oh, you go.
I basically
5 minutes, right?
I basically would want to see a break of that, and then I'll probably be. So I'm looking at just this recent kind of like swing point. Actually, let's see. So this is where I got some decisions to make here. Yeah, it's too far away. Yeah, just like a recent zone. Yeah, I mean, I had a nice tail to the zone. Nice volume, but the candle size didn't grow that much compared to the previous, yet the volume was bigger. So that's the little in effort versus result. Does that make sense? So this volume candle, so that candle is smaller than this one, yet the volume is bigger.
Yeah.
So I just want to see just a little pop below that zone, below, I should say below that temporary uptrend line. And then I'd probably feel good about taking a little stab at this one. Oh, I guess I better put some risk on.
A little fair value gap as price moved into that before that that price is pulling into now.
Oh, yeah.
Might get an inversion there.
Yeah, that's true. Stop loss. Yeah, okay. Stop loss, take profit. Let's see here. 5 minutes. We got a minute left. We got 20 seconds left on this candle.
Right there.
Smaller volume on a bigger candle. So the effort result isn't quite matching it. I would probably feel more comfortable waiting for the next candle. So I would if this volume were higher than this volume, because it's a bigger candle, that would make me feel a little more comfortable about jumping in. So this, again, effort versus result. The Wyckoff, I encourage everybody, study Wyckoff theory. It really helps, especially when you're in these smaller time frames. So, yeah, that's why I haven't jumped in yet. Obviously, it did go through that line. Well, we got 10 minutes left. Okay. So, yeah, I'm just going to let it retrace a little bit, and we'll see if we can get a volume spike.
Yeah, man, don't force it. Like you said, additional confirmation there.
Yeah, I mean, I love.
And if it comes in the next 5-10 minutes, because that's what we have left, then so be it. If not, no worries.
If not, it'll probably pop after the stream. But yeah, that's why. See, I loved that candle because it was smaller than this one, yet the volume was bigger. I want to just like reemphasize that to everybody. So that was good, but still see a break of this short-term uptrend. So the candle that left was bigger but smaller volume. So to me, the effort and result did not match up. So again, I'm just wanting to wait and get a little more information. That's why I haven't just jumped in yet.
Gotcha.
Kind of,
look, it's going to go up.
And then So yeah, this is good that I didn't get in yet. Now I put my stop loss above like normally I would just put it a little zone, but in this instance, I got a round number of 0.80 right there. So I put my stop loss up here to 0.8, a little higher, 0.8003. So that's why I gave it a little bit wider of a stop loss, just to incorporate that psychological level. And then if it plays out, then yeah, if I go back to my 15, I put a take profit at 0.7793. So that's kind of where we're set. Looking at the 15, I'm starting to get that underneath wick. So that makes me even happier that I didn't just jump in to the trade. Because, it's just starting to retrace, and who knows? It may just trail this hole all the way up. So if it does, no sweat, I'll find another opportunity. But so that's it. I'm just kind of waiting to see if we get the effort result to match up, and then I may possibly get in a short. So, is anything else you guys wanted to show while I'm waiting on this?
No, I'm just quickly looking at our YouTube channel. Obviously, Robert's joining us again, which is great. Good morning, Robert. Sorry, we're streaming.
Where are you
using a little bit of a different setup, but
yeah, I was just about to ask that. How are you seeing that?
The chat, the comments. Where are you seeing that?
Pulled up YouTube on a different browser. and look at the
Okay.
charts.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. And then just turn the
you got it,
sound
right?
off.
Yeah. Make sure the sound's not on.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm not going
There
to
we
mess
go.
with that this time, but
All right. So what, guys, can I just give a quick update on my trades before I do that?
go right ahead.
Let's first have a look at the NASI. So if I can share my chart, it'd be great. Oops. What's happening now? Too many lines here. There we go. So one heck of a decline here on the NASDAQ, right?
Yeah.
We've
That
hit
was
that lower red warning line that I've been talking about, attract this move to the upside. It got the low of, when was it, yesterday? That aggressive sell-off after that heck of a spike to the upside. This could potentially be an ABC. It also hit the center median line of this pitchfork, moving to the downside. And remember, we also have that upward sloping pitchfork. But a confluence there between two median lines, right? We had a little bit of SMT. That's a divergence I always talk about between ES and the NASDAQ. You can see that a bit more clearly here between that high low that formed during the London session. NASDAQ blew to the downside. The ES didn't. Well, as of yet, right? She's making sort of a higher price level. Can't say low because it still needs to form, right? Or be confirmed. So we have a bounce that occurred from that, but I'm in that crude already. I might keep an eye on this till after today's session or the afternoon session, and perhaps get into a trade if I see price can clear this median line on the upside, right about 22,821. So all of the makings of a potential reversal, but it's not just a correction or start of a new move higher. I'll have to watch price action. If it really starts pumping to the, might have to switch to a lower time frame. What's already on the 1 minute, but see if we can get some
that'd be
fair value gaps.
my exact setup right there, Rich.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's Michael's W.
Yeah.
There's his W.
So that
Yeah.
W bottom, right? Let it break above and then test that same zone. That'll be my master trade setup right there. I will smack that trade.
Yeah. Smack it.
Smack it.
Maybe smack it.
This thing. Like this. Up, retest, up, retest.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
You see, I learned fast. I'm a fast learner.
Right. No, we watched him 20 times already.
We still have 4 minutes.
That's how we
quickly have a look at the crude oil trade again.
Yeah.
Do a different workspace there. Let's go to the higher time frame one. So we did get a nice little bounce to the upside there. And I got in a little bit lower, somewhere around here. So I'll just leave it be, and hopefully we see an upwards move, a nice strong one. Just like Michael's, which dropped very quickly. It's nice when price moves in your favor fast. But again, this is
you don't got to worry about it.
A large distance for price to cover, so it might take a while it gets there. But yeah, that is the update there on crude oil. It did give us an initial bounce from that 4-hour fair value gap, which is this green zone here. It was a little inverted fair value gap, price pulling back into it now, and let's see if we can see continuation upwards. Yeah, all right. So I just wanted to give you a quick update there before the session ends. I think we still got about 2-3 minutes left, right?
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Is Robert still with us?
I'm just not getting my trigger candle yet.
Oh yeah, how's your trade going there? Wait for it, man.
Yeah, I'm just being very patient. I'm not. So if I look at it on my, over here on my regular, so I'm just going back and forth between the 15 minutes. So I don't have any engulfing action. I don't have any wicking action above 10 minutes. I don't have no engulfing. In fact, I have a little tail underneath. So that's it's a neutral candle, but it is, it was bullish at one point to push it back up. 5 minutes. That was a good candle, but it was on lesser volume. The candle after did get a wick on top, which was good. So that one looks good, but yeah, it's just this. It's just mainly I'm not getting an engulfing on a 10, a 5. We're starting to get a little bit more declining on the 5 minutes. So yeah, if I just mark a line here, just showing the bottom of that 15-minute candle, just so I can keep an eye on it on a lower time frame. I mean, it's just kind of going sideways at the moment.
Yeah,
I would prefer to get some increasing volume coming out of it, but as you can see, it's just decreasing.
Yeah.
So that tells me that that's basically it. I'm
easily just power up, like you said, from there.
Now I'm nitpicking. A lot of people would just jump in and be just fine, but I'm just being a little more nitpicky on this.
I'll update it in nitpick, for me at least.
Yeah, I'll update in Discord if I trigger it.
Cool. All right.
Wow.
I think our time is up, guys. That went very, very fast.
It did.
Thanks for sharing your analysis. To all the viewers, thanks for watching. And that's it for us today. Please stick around for our next round of coaches. See you in the next one. Cheers, Coach, and Tiger.
Cheers.
From my side.
All right. Take it easy, Rich. Tiger. See you guys tomorrow.
Hi, guys.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Paul. So I just need to see where is my mic. Is this? Do you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you. Yeah, I don't know which mic it's coming from, my friend.
So I'm trying to do that. Okay. So you hear me well right now.
Yeah, you sound good.
Loud and clear.
You sound good.
Excellent. Excellent. So this
Right.
mic is here.
Howard, you okay? You happy, Howard? You're fine? You're good?
I think so. I think we're good.
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm a bit delayed, but let's just proceed. Right. Shall I try and share first? Shall we do that?
Go for it.
Right. Okay, let's try this. Okay, there's a bit of a delay. Hang on, I'm sorry. Right, let's try this. Okay. Right, let me know if you can see. Can we put my script? Thank you. Super. Thanks, team.
Yes, I can see you.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
good.
Well, the good news is that Bitcoin has put in a fresh, all-new high today. So as we were talking, I've just got to get this out of my way. Sorry. As we were talking about, sorry, the delay. As we were talking about, 1 second. Right. As we were talking about, we were looking at Bitcoin around this area, and we were suggesting that, of course, we have lots of support in this golden zone on a variety of different time frames, and therefore a move upwards was most likely. At the very least, we said if we could break above this lovely little grey resistance area, that we could see us touching all-time highs or even surpassing them, and that is exactly what's happened earlier. Yesterday, in fact, by the looks of it. So we've put all new highs in. We're now retesting this previous resistance line. So what happens next, of course, will be quite interesting for Bitcoin. So obviously we can see a move up from here, but if we ideally, of course, don't want to just go that and then down. We don't really want that, but that's a possibility. We would like to see something like this, essentially. That would be nice, something like this over the next few days or weeks. So that's essentially Bitcoin. So pretty good at the moment. We've got nice volume as well coming out. Let's just have a look at what the money flow is doing whilst Bitcoin is finally trying to move higher. Right, so this is interesting. This is Bitcoin dominance, 2-hour chart, and previously we were using this as a reference for potential altcoin long trades, but now the whole narrative has changed. We've now come below this pattern, and now we're potentially looking for a bearish retest. So all of this has been pretty good for altcoins. Now, not a lot of things are moving that well at the moment because there's a lot of hesitation, but it shows that people are starting to enter their positions, and therefore the cryptocurrency market cap, aside from Bitcoin, is now growing, which is fantastic, which is what we want to see. And you can see this is kind of the base. Now, if I just try and switch to, if I just go and try and find a more long-term Bitcoin dominance chart, we can have a look at exactly what we need to see. So here we go. Let's just extend this a little bit. To start with. So this is weekly chart for Bitcoin dominance, and this represents a trend which we've been previously talking about, that this is not good for altcoin longs, right? When this is happening, altcoins do not have sustained movement. When you have something like this, which is essentially a nice movement down, that is money flowing into the altcoin market, and we had some great trading. We had some great trading when that happened. But then when we saw this, that was one of the largest liquidation events in the altcoin market in history. So what we need to see is we need to see this trend reverse. So ultimately, if I just invert the chart, we just want to see this. We want to see this. This is altcoins going to the moon, right? But unfortunately, that is not where we are right now. So this is what we're looking. This was the last bull run. This is what turned, like, lots of tokens into, from small caps to mid caps. And we're looking to see if this is going to happen again. So this green line essentially is a line in the sand we need to watch. So we have not broken this trend just yet. We haven't had a confirmed break here. We're now looking for a confirmed break here. And if we get that, we could likely see some good altcoin trading. But as you can see, it's a bit of a difficult proposition at the moment with everything which is going on. But some nice bullish indicators. And let's just touch base before I hand it back. And we'll look at a bit more in detail a little bit later. Just try and get this off my screen. Let's look at, here we go. So this is the 3-day chart. We're talking about this essentially for Bitcoin. You can see we're poking our head above, and we have about 1 day and 9 hours for this 3-day candle to close. And maybe we could see a move like this on the right. But let's just check in. Let's have a look at Ethereum, because Ethereum is pretty good barometer for the health of the market. And as you can see, yes, there we go. This is where Ethereum was at the end of June, stuck underneath here. And now we are breaking out to this, trying to surpass this previous swing high which we had at the start of June. So this is looking pretty good if Ethereum can find its feet, as it's pretty representative of the rest of the altcoin market. So quite an interesting time today to be looking at Bitcoin. But that's just a quick roundup from me, and we'll go into a little bit more detail a bit later. But maybe I can pass it over now to one of my colleagues, Igor Howard, who wants to have a crack.
Igor, you're the man.
There's no problem with that, but I'm struggling to figure out how to share the screen in the new software right now.
So I think you just go to Zoom, click share, that should be it.
In the Zoom, I need to to find where is that? I have the.
So I think, team, we can take my chart down now, if that's okay.
Chat. Is it part of the team chat?
You just go to Zoom, my friend, and click share. I think that's it. Just go to your Zoom interface. Just click share, if that makes sense.
I cannot find it.
For everyone just paying attention, we're just moving to a new system, just working out the bugs, so we're just trying to help. So yeah, on your main interface, Igor, you should see a share button to click on. A
yes,
green
but
share
it's
button.
disabled for me. It's disabled for me, so this is the problem in the Zoom workspace. It's disable share screen.
Okay, you may have to enable it in your settings, because I had to do the same. Maybe Howard, Howard wants to have a go.
Crack at it. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, 1 second. All right, with a bit of luck, you should see something coming through now. Chart with a bit of luck. Does it come through?
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Excellent, cool. Okay, so what we're looking at is Euro-dollar daily, hopefully. And last couple of days, just seeing this kind of choppy correction down from the recent swing high. Today, it made an attempt at breaking through yesterday's high, which failed. And then that followed kind of like a breakdown through the low for the pullback so far, but again struggling on this push to new lows. That seems to be quite a regular feature of this this kind of pullback from the kind of the recent swing high. So in that kind of if you will, golden zone between 116.32 and 117 or so, that's really kind of the area, this area here, that I'm looking for the thing to base out in. Yeah, so you know, just seeing the chop really, just waiting for a decent kind of buy signal. Haven't really got one yet, so it might be a case of a good daily close, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, and we should be back. You know, should be off to the races once this thing finishes. RSI is coming back from overbought into that kind of buy zone, which you normally see in a bull market. Between say 45 and 55, it's a nice kind of buy area for the RSI to come back to. So if we were overbought here, I would say we're getting pretty underbought down here, just as we were on this last swing here, for example, and a number of other ones here like this one. So overbought, underbought, up. And also I've overlaid the 20 and the 50-day moving averages, because sometimes they can act as good support in a healthy uptrend, and we're kind of just approaching the rising 20-day moving average. and it often, very often, it gives you good areas of support during a healthy uptrend. So it seems to tie in quite nicely with the that kind of golden buy zone that I was looking at. I'm looking at here. So somewhere not a million miles away from where we are now, looking for Eurodollar to base out and then start to head higher, head to new highs for the uptrend. So that's that one. On to dollar Swiss. So dollar Swiss, I took a small profit on that one because it obviously reversed a little bit higher today. I got in 2 days ago on the live on the show, if you recall, guys. But today it broke down again, like the other markets, but it snapped back up again. So we're still stuck in that consolidation. Just move this toolbar out the way. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah, so we're still kind of in this kind of consolidation after that big swing to new lows for the downtrend. Again, RSI oversold, and now we're unwinding from oversold here. So if we were oversold down here, I'd hesitate to guess and say that we're undersold up here, which means that we're getting ready for the next leg down. We've got broken support, which comes in at 80.40. And we've got the 20-day moving average, which comes in at 80.33. So not a million miles away from where we are now. We're kind of 79.80 odd at the moment. So again, as with Eurodollar, looking for this thing to top out maybe next day or two and set up the next leg of the major downtrend for dollar Swiss. Onto cable, sterling dollar. So again, all that chop. I think yesterday we were looking at that 36.20, and it had a look at it today, close enough to it, but again it rejected. So 2 days in a row where it's rejected from that 36.20, trying to break down. But again, there's a bit more support coming in here, as one would expect, just making what looks to be another higher low within this uptrend. And these two averages, they seem to provide quite a good area of support in an uptrend, as you can see, kind of a nice kind of buy zone. And here we are right in the middle of it. RSI, again, we're approaching that kind of buy area where the market previously has based out. So I think we're getting pretty close to a bullish turn on that one as well. The one that sticks out for me today is Aussie dollar. So again, similar kind of idea where the US dollar is in a downtrend, and we've seen a little bit of a correction last week or two. This one seems to be kind of nibbling a little bit higher. Looks like it may have made a higher low within this this sequence here. So we've had this kind of range here following that V-shaped reversal, sideways range. We've got a lot of people that are trapped below this kind of level here, 64 or so, and we're starting to make higher highs and higher lows on this thing. So this one could be a decent one to think about. I think people have got a bit bored of it because it's not really done a whole lot over the last couple of months. But this could be getting ready for another one of these kind of thrust higher kind of things. So it seems to be leading the way a little bit. And also, just while we're talking about the Aussie dollar, Aussie yen looks interesting. Not one I usually look at, but we could be talking about inverted head and shoulders here on Aussie yen, which is has just gone. So this could be something to this could surprise a lot of people. So that's my kind of first shot for the time being, and I'll hand it back over. And I'll come back a bit later.
Yeah. Well, I'll take a look at something. Igor, do you want to just are you still suffering, or shall I just take over for a little bit?
I'm trying to do, and right now, just to try something. I'm doing that. Just a moment to share. I can share everything. Yes. Can you see what I'm sharing right now?
Can we put Igor's screen up? Thanks.
Oh, here we go.
So do you see?
Yeah, that's great. Working well. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So I fixed everything now. I think it's much better. So what I just want to show is that we had a very similar day as yesterday, and something that happens to me very, very often. My RSI trend lines don't work as usually, and this is the biggest problem that I have right now. So one of the solutions today, what I was expecting to see, is this relative strength index trend line watch on the British pound dollar 1 hour. And as you can see, we got 1, 2, 3 dots. We touch and we went a little bit down more than we expected there. And now this trend line is broken. However, the market very, very fast started to go up right now. So I'm thinking about to enter into the some kind of the buy order for British pound dollar, but I want to wait a little bit more, just because I think and I want to see a bullish trend from here. But as you can see, we have one bullish doji candle, and the next candle is forming right now, last half hour. So maybe this is the starting of the bullish trend again. But I need to wait a little bit more, maybe 10-15 minutes, just to see what's happened here and then to react. The biggest issue that I have is this breakout of this relative strength index trend line, which is uncommon usually. However, what was the good trade for today? And I maybe should go there. It was this 30-minute chart trend line. We got this beautiful here, and just during 1 hour after the UK Open, we broke this line, and I will just try to zoom out. So we break, retest 1 hour after the UK Open, and after retesting, we started to go down. So can you see this is the 1.361, and after that perfectly went down almost 70 pips. So this 70 pips trade was a like from the book. Break the trend, retest the trend line, and go down. So this was the really good should be a good trade. I missed that opportunity to enter because I waited UK Open, and after 1 hour I got a little bit mixed signals, and I missed this really great opportunity for the British pound dollar. For the euro dollar, to very similar situation. We were bullish during the Asia session. We started to go down, and during the rest of the day, it was the really strong push downside. However, right now we are oversold, and we need to wait to see what will be in the future here. The biggest issue for me is the dollar index. Dollar index move is a really unpredictable, I can say right now. So you can see what I was looking for. It was the really bearish trend that we had here. It was a really clear bearish trend, and we broke that bearish trend, and it was a really big push today. So right now I'm a little bit confused here, because this push for the US dollar index was so big, so strong, and now I'm a little bit confused because I expected the bearish US dollar index today. I didn't want to see this movement like this, and especially to break trend lines so easily. And this was a little bit something that I didn't expect. What I now usually related to the FOMC yesterday, we saw nothing as expected, and after that we have some nowhere land. It was something something in the middle. Price went a few pips down, few pips up, and then Asia session was pretty interesting, which was really again unexpected for me. It was the bullish for British pound dollar and euro dollar, and bearish for US dollar index. And it was really looked that we will continue a bearish move, and then just during the euro and US session, we started to go unexpectedly up, and all these strength and trend lines, and nothing was clear here. So, like I said, this July, I should go 4 weeks on the vacation. I think that is a solution.
That
That
sounds
is
good.
solution for every single July. So
It's
I
a solution
recommend
from
everyone, yes, go 4 weeks on vacation. This is the answer for the market right now. So what I want to share too, my trade for the yesterday, as you saw this, if you see this bearish line, I was assumed it would go down. Even this trade was just broken, and now we retest that trend line. But like I said, very tough moments this week. I think that I couldn't find any good trade this week, really. And every single trade that I entered this week, it was a losing trade. And some weeks and some days and some months can be really dark and hard. And this is one of that weeks. Even I do everything as I can, all analysis that I can, everything good preparation, good levels. On the end, I just cannot make the winning trade, and it's just about the market. It's not about my strategy. The most important thing in these moments is not to change the strategy. It's not about the strategy. It's just the moment of the market, and I just need to reduce position size, patient, and wait for some maybe interesting trades in the future. To the just indices today, I was want to say that we have right now a little bit volatile market here, and I just wanted to enter in a buy trade today. That trade is just after this doji here on simple moving average. I wanted to enter the NASDAQ. However, this meeting started, and I lose the level, so I will skip this trade. But my idea was to enter here at the simple moving average 50, and to try maybe to achieve the high of the last 24 hours. That was my short time trade, but I missed the entry point. So right now we are hitting there, and we will see. It will be the market today. So these are the basic setups that I'm watching today, and we will see what will be more there. So I just want to ask you guys, what is this week for you? Do you have some good trades? How do you feel this week? Because I have problems. So.
Well, you mentioned you used the word dark time. It's a dark time. I think maybe on my side of things, with crypto, the narrative might be changing, but the issue is, of course, when Bitcoin is negotiating with all-time highs, which is not dark. It's very light. It's very good. It's difficult to negotiate because we're probably going to have a lot of volatility. So, again, like you said about strategy, my job now is to stick to my strategy, not to think that Bitcoin's going to the moon and therefore I'm going to maybe enter some positions which I shouldn't have, which I'll get into in a little bit. But I mean, how are you feeling about the week? Because I do get where Igor's coming from.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a similar kind of boat, because I think myself and Igor had a similar kind of idea, waiting for this bearish turn in the US dollar. and it hasn't happened yet. It's just been so choppy and false breakouts and things. So yeah, on my side, I've been chopped up a little bit. I made a little bit on dollar Swiss from 2 days ago, but any attempt that I've tried to do on the euro or the pound has not been brilliant. So yeah, a little bit frustrated at the moment, but just waiting for the opportunity. I know that nothing has really changed except that we've just gone another day doing the same kind of thing, making false break to the upside and then a marginal new low and that kind of stuff. So nothing has really changed. We're still kind of in the sell zone for the dollar for me on these majors.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking. I was mainly focused on crypto news day. That's the day I do all of that stuff. But I'm just looking at the FOMC stuff, and a little bit surprised to see that 2 out of the 19 policymakers were actually supporting a cut as early as this month, the end of this month. That was Governors Waller and Bowman. So it is looking a little bit more dovish for sure, I think. Inflation is above target. The labor market currently is looking pretty solid out of the United States. And of course, we're just talking about the US, but as you said about the dollar, it's all about the dollar right now. So, I think people will be feeling a little bit more positive. And obviously the crypto thing is we've got a lot of different bullish ideas as well. But yeah, difficult week, but maybe next. Now we've got these data points. Now we've got some clarity on where we are. Maybe be a bit better, perhaps. I mean, do you guys feel like next week might be quite good?
Yeah, for me, I think it's just a case of we're that close technically to the end of this correction. Just looking at the currencies, that there will be quite a nice kind of downdraft on the dollar, but it's just a case of being there when it starts.
Yeah. Well, let me, if you don't mind, let me just, I'm just going to have a quick look at my attempted trade yesterday, as that's kind of got away from me, and then I'll pass it back. Does that work for you guys?
No problem.
Good.
Right. I think I'm the one got a bit of a delay today. I'm sorry about that. Let's just, oh no, I can't share my screen. That's fun. Let's have a look, see what we can do about this. Here we go. No, I've lost the share button too. Igor, it's not just you. It's I've lost it. Let me just find it. What?
It's catching.
Yeah, it's catching. Oh, I got it. I found it. Right. Okay. If we could team, if we could put my my screen up. Thank you very much. Okay, so just get all these things out of the way. So where am I? Okay, just wait for the screen to come up. The anticipation. There we go. Okay, so this one, thank you guys at the back. So the H bar, and again, it's got away from me again, 2 days in a row. Not particularly happy because again, it's had a nice strong breakout. Now, what's it going to take? The question is, what's it going to take for H bar to come all the way back down here? So that's the question I have as a trader, right? Is this trade still viable? Now, the advantage, of course, of we've got maybe a double top on the RSI. A quick look, maybe a double top on the RSI, which gives us a clue that it might become. Can you just hang on? I can't control my thing because there's too many windows in the way. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Right, so there we go. So what is it going to take for this to come down here? We've got the 50 coming with nice confluence, and I am trying to figure that out. So we have a look at Bitcoin again, if I can find Bitcoin. Right, so what do we need to see from Bitcoin now? So this is the 30-minute chart, and I've just got to, sorry, there's lots of things, but you cocking my way. Hang on a minute. Just trying to get that off screen. Just hang on. Sorry, I've got Zoom into, hang on. You can't see what I'm dealing with, apologies. No. Okay, just get that out of the way. Right, so this is Bitcoin 30-minute chart, and we've firmly established this local support range now, and this is all-time highs, which we have just tapped. So what do I need to see? Now, if you look at H bar, and you look at this retrace, which is necessary, and then we look at Bitcoin, and you look at the retrace, which is necessary to retest, then maybe this is still a viable opportunity. So Bitcoin maybe comes back down here, bounces off this moving average. Maybe there's a play, but the issue is there's a lot of uncertainty right now. This could be a bull flag, right? We could break out and go right above all-time highs, or we could go down. So I need to see how we're going to interact with this level. And obviously what we ideally want to see for Bitcoin is it to break firmly above 112 and then away from that, or maybe range up here and find a base. Now we haven't had that happening. That hasn't happened yet. So it is a bit of a waiting game. Now I think this H-bar trade is still in play. So for now, I may leave it. I probably might actually. It proves you guys were right actually yesterday, because you were talking about that my bias should probably be a little bit more bullish. So maybe I need to move my entry up, and I'll do that in a little bit, maybe while on the stream. So I'm going to move my entry up. But Peanut is now taking my fancy. So switching to Peanut, I kind of like this right now. I actually prefer it a little bit to H-bar. So I may swap. We'll have to see. So basically, we've got these moving averages. We talked about this yesterday, and we have the golden cross, as we talked about. Looks like it may be happening over the next couple of days, or the next day or so. Maybe just a few more candles, maybe even just 12 hours. And we've struggled to break above this range, but this is very nice. This area is looking very nice, with nice confluence from two moving averages on the back of a golden cross. So I kind of like that. The only downside, of course, of this play for fellow crypto traders paying attention, the only downside is the fact that we are below resistance, right? If we come in here, we're below resistance, so we're running into that. So it'd definitely be a front-running opportunity, because if the price action does continue up from here, I don't particularly like coming in like this, because this is where the support is at the moment, and the moving average is still down here. So I haven't got the confidence I want. This is the play I'm looking to see, and I'm looking for this level to protect me. I'm looking for this level to protect me, and these moving averages to protect me. So the price actually comes back down, and then we ascend from here. So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to just work out an order for this particular play. You can see here's the risk reward. Let's just have a look. Yeah, so it's pretty good. So that the essentially the stop loss would be below this swing low here. Maybe that's a little bit conservative, but no, maybe we'll leave it like that. Or it could be that one, but I'm happy with that. It's 2.57 risk reward. So maybe this is the play. So I might just do the math on that one, and someone else is analyzing. But just want to just explain to people, it's very important to, as Igor was saying, to not adjust your strategy just because things are turning a little bit bullish. So Bitcoin dominance is something I pay attention to all the time to try and get confidence of myself. Now remember, it's going up at the moment, which could push down Peanut to my entry point, which is great. So if this comes up to here into this little area, which is essentially confirming that the bearish, for altcoins, the bullish retest of this pattern, this might be the great area to come in with my Peanut trade. So if Peanut, I'm trying to take myself seriously when I keep saying that. So if Peanut comes down here, if Peanut keeps coming down, it comes down here, that would probably allow Bitcoin dominance. That would give Bitcoin dominance the space to just make this last little bit of a move, which will push my trade down, and then I enter my long position, and then we get something like this, right? And even if it forms a double bottom to then continue a reversal, I've still got this potential play. So always consider Bitcoin dominance, always consider what Bitcoin is doing. So right now, Bitcoin probably might give me a little bit of an entrance, but is Bitcoin going to move from there? So let's just draw a line in the sand, because this is the game. It's a lot of flipping between charts. We've got this line here, and then we've got this area here, right? So this, ideally, Bitcoin could come down to here before having another crack. Do this, the moving average comes up, adds a bit of support. This is the first touch following the flip of this level, right? It is a bit ambiguous, be careful. And then I'm in my Peanut trade, and then that's the play. We've just briefly put in a new all-time high, just $100 or so above what it was, but that should be enough to maintain bullish momentum. And I think if you look at this price action, you can probably see that's quite natural, quite good looking sort of movement if it happens. So that's what I want to see. And then I'll be happy to enter my Peanut trade and then we can go from there. But if things do take off, H-bar may not retrace all the way back down here. And this 50 moving average here might actually stop the price action from hitting my entry point down here. So maybe I need to reevaluate that. But this is kind of the game at the moment. As Igor said, it's pretty difficult to find the right trades, regardless of whether it's bullish or bearish right now, because there's a lot going on. And even if you've got one market which is going to the moon or trying to go to the moon, and you've got an altcoin trying to recover, all the other markets are equally in a bit of confusion and turmoil, just like crypto, but for different reasons. So this is kind of the idea for these two trades. I mean, guys, any thoughts on that particular approach? I mean, are you with me with peanut, or do you think I should just leave that alone and go for a slightly healthier snack?
I like peanuts. Yeah. It's a slow burner, that one, at the moment, isn't it? It's a slow burner, but it could pick up at some point, couldn't it?
Well, that's the thing, and the ones which you just see starting to curve round, you start seeing a move in the trend, right? You take some moving averages, you get in before the pop, right? And if you want to know what a pop looks like, that's what it looks like. And look, here we are again. Look, because this was the last time we kind of broke above the 200 MA on this time frame, the 4 hour, and then when we tested it, we went to the moon. Now, look, we're not doing that today. The situation was different in May, right? But you can see where I'm coming from. Golden cross, we come in here, we've got this nice, and it's good. So yeah, it's better than catching green for sure. But maybe, I mean, Igor, do you like peanut?
Yes, I do. I like this trade. So I like sometimes slow burning trades.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually quite sedate for crypto, really. And I think, but the truth of the matter is, right, I need to be very clear. I can't actually eat nuts myself. So I'm not sure if I'm going to have an allergic reaction when I make this trade, but we'll have to hope for the best. Who wants it now? Anyone?
Yes, I have a setup right now. I will just share the screen.
Could we put Igor's chart up, please? Thanks, my friends.
Okay, just to find it.
The fan on my laptop, I've never heard it come on before, and now it's my laptop is cooking because of all these different stream windows open. So I'm quite proud, actually. I didn't think I could actually make the fan come on, but we're doing it. Well done, team.
Can you see the screen?
Not yet. I think the team will put it up for us. There it is. Yeah.
You see now? We're in the platform.
It's sorry for a moment. We hadn't had the infinity spiral. Maybe try again, my friend.
Okay, I will try again.
Could you try that again, back end? Thanks.
I will do that like this.
Yes.
I think. Excellent. So I would like to create a trade for the British pound dollar right now, because this is the second hour. We are still pushing bullish a little bit here. I will put the stop loss to be around 1.3 level, and I put the take profit to be at first target 1.3645, which was the high of the last week and the beginning of this week. So I hope that we can push higher there. Of course, I need to monitor this trade. If I see that we cannot push more than 1.3690 to the end of this day, I will close this trade, because we need to push about 1.3690 in the next couple hours. That's very crucial for this trade. This is the one trade. And another trade very similar to this, and it could be really interesting for traders. Again, it's related to the US, just in the opposite direction. This is this trade for US dollar CAD. We retest 2 times the high of around 1.3710, and now there is a good chance that we can get a lower price. We break the relative index indicator on the 30-minute chart, and I will create one more trade here just to show this trade, I just need to set the stop loss for this trade. I will put the stop loss to be the high of this day, maybe more if something happens like this. And I will put my profit just open for now, and I will see the end of this day, and then I will recalculate this trade. So the short story is, if the US dollar index wants to go down, this is the moment. So if the dollar index just stuck here in this range, it will be very difficult, not just for this week, I think, and to tomorrow to recover. So usually during the Thursdays, we can see the breakouts. If we don't see a breakout today, it's by statistics, the Friday is not the right day that we can get a real breakout in the US dollar index. And this is the only thing that I'm afraid. So I need to monitor these trades next few hours, and I need to monitor the market, of course, very caution in next hours too, because this movement was a little bit unpredictably strong, too strong for the market, and this is something that I'm a little bit afraid, because these kind of the movements are usually in the moments of the big breakouts, and this range that we have right now is something like that. But I don't want to be too much pessimistic related to my bias and everything. I need just to put the market to decide on which side wants to go. Right now, we're a little bit in some space where we cannot be 100% sure will the market go up or go down. One of the things that I just want to share too with you is just one thing. I will do that very fast. I will share the screen. We are in the. Do you see the trading view?
Yeah, my friend.
Yep.
Excellent. I will just disable this indicator here. What I want to show right now is, let me go to the weekly chart. So this movement of the US dollar is, just remove, is too strong just in the moment when we hit this trend line, as you can see right now. And this is why I'm not sure what I can expect, because when you see chart like this and very important support and this little bit longer candle, you suppose that the next candle can be bullish too. Of course, I see still the bearish move of the US dollar index, but just this multi-week trend line and this push here is something that for me is a little bit tricky. And the next thing that I'm a little bit think of, this is beginning of the month. So the first 10 days that we had, the first week that we have in July, it was the bullish for US dollar. And usually what I like to watch here is I take the first 7-10 days of the month, and then I watch the next week will we are going above or below the opening range, and that can be crucial. If I see that in next Tuesday, Monday, we see the new highs for US dollar index, I will need to switch on the other side and to be a bullish for US dollar index, and a little bit to recalculate my bias here, because this is the too strong push right now. Of course, in the last week of the April, for example, we got 4 weeks of the bullish momentum of the US dollar index like this. And but when we watch this, we can see that candles were a little bit, I cannot say dodgy, but it was not so, big body bullish candles. It was with small bodies. And I want to see, even if this week is bullish, I just want to see this body not to be so strong, so big. I just want to see the smaller body. So maybe next week can we see a push downside again. So this is my concern here. And I just want to ask you, Howard, and you, Paul, what do you think in your perspective when you watch US dollar weekly chart? How do you see the US dollar index right now?
So okay. For me, just a little minor correction. Don't forget the week has not yet closed. So we might come in on the end of Friday and we see some rejection from the upside. That's quite possible. There's a lot of broken support on that chart that we're testing right now. Actually, the swing low from I think it was April, before we had that 4-week rally.
Yes.
So there's a lot of overhead supply, I would say. So be interesting. I think a little bit dangerous if you're buying it up here.
Yes, of course, I will never buy US dollar index here, but it's a little bit, I feel uncomfortable in this zone. So will we go down? We will go up. It's some messy middle for me right now, and this is the only thing that I'm watching right now. But okay, what do you think when you watch this weekly chart? Do you see something maybe that I don't see?
Well, I have a perspective on crypto in terms of the dollar, which we can look at after you've spoken. But I mean, so that's just a correlation between how it impacts Bitcoin. But I mean, I think you're right. I think the chart I'm looking at, it's a daily. I think I'm looking at the daily US dollar index, and I'm just trying to look at your chart, and it's just because yours is the weekly, yours is daily. Yeah, so I'm seeing it currently on the daily, putting in the best. Yeah, so I'm looking at the daily, which I suppose isn't particularly helpful. But on the daily, I'm seeing a bearish retest of a range which we've just lost, and I think that's probably triggering your concerns about this support area. So if you switch to the daily, if you can see that range is retest. Yeah.
Yes.
Broken support.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just not a great place to be in when we're approaching support, particularly. It'd be nice to have seen a break of the trend as we arrive at support potentially, but it just seems like it might. I can see that just moving down, heading lower, maybe. That's my thought. I'm not an expert, of course, on the dollar.
Yes. Nice level to watch, and yes, we should wait a little bit today to see the close of the price. This today candle can easily become the bearish candle if this move is a stronger move. So everything can change. So I think that we need to wait the end of this day and to see how market will react tomorrow and etc. So this is really interesting. This retesting this zone here. This I just need to wait. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, do you want Igor? Do you want me to just before you move on?
Yes,
should we just have a look at the dollar versus Bitcoin chart, and then I'll pass it back? Does that work for you?
Of course.
Right. So let's get good at doing this. He says not being good at it. Hang on a minute. Just trying to find the right zoom window. Hide. Nope, that's not it. Nope, no, it's all gone. Okay. Please just bear with me, my friends. Here we go. Got it. Okay, right. So if the team could just put my my window up, thanks. If I can get there, thank you so much. Okay, just trying to actually get it so I can see it. So it should just be coming. Thank you very much. So we can pull Igor's down, just put mine up, guys. Thank you so much. Great. Okay, let me just hide this. Okay, so this is we looked at this chart many months ago. I've just brought it out mothballs. This is Bitcoin on the top daily, and excuse me, I'm so sorry. This is US dollar index 1 day on the top, with unhelpfully Bitcoin 1 week on the bottom. Now, so we'll just ignore that. Now, if you notice, when we've lost the SMA 50, we've had some good movement from Bitcoin. So if you just go back a bit in time, so this is the previous bull run. We lost the dollar loses the SMA 15, and then Bitcoin starts making significant gains. With then, obviously, the dollar bases out, as Howard likes to say, and then it goes pretty high then, of course, which is we've been trying to come back down from there. And then we obviously have the bear market. Now we lose the SMA 15 again, and Bitcoin starts slowly its uptrend for this cycle, which started in the back end of 2022. So it wasn't a very long bear market, which is quite telling. And obviously the issue is with the dollar here, we had a lot of rain activity, which obviously maybe inhibited Bitcoin slightly, but it's still been making its way up. But now we've peaked and we've lost the SMA 15 again. We're coming down, and because we seem to be losing this level, this is where Bitcoin is. Now, if historical precedents repeat, then we should have a continued move up from here, probably quite a strong move. And if you actually look on the far right, where my cursor is, that's $250,000 for Bitcoin if we just go from here to here, right? So there's a lot of fervor at the moment about what Bitcoin's going to be this year, but I can certainly see that happening, especially if the dollar continues down from here. And obviously, we do have a lot of space to go before potentially basing out. And of course, if you remember, this is the peak of the previous bull cycle. There's two peaks, but you'll notice that the bear market so the bull run was over for Bitcoin essentially when the dollar returned to this level, which is here, of course, on this chart. And we've got a ways to go. And where would Bitcoin be if we have a move upwards? And then maybe that is your line in the sand to start exiting some positions. So it's looking pretty good for crypto at the moment. I mean, Howard, from your point of view, and Igor, what is this? Does that kind of make sense to you, or am I missing something? Which is
no, it makes total sense to me. Total sense to me. Yeah, there does seem to be when the dollar wants to go down, it does seem to be a nice environment for Bitcoin.
Yeah. Yeah. So sorry for interrupting.
And I think the dollar. Yeah, and the dollar, looking at that chart, has broken through some major support. It had a retest of it, and it's made a new low from that point onwards. So this kind of ties in with my kind of long-term bearish view on the dollar, which says that we're going to make new all-time lows for the dollar index, and that obviously ties in a little bit with the Republican administration, which tends to see double-digit declines in the value of the dollar for whatever reason.
Yeah, Igor, do you concur, or do you see something which we don't?
I see the same thing as you just showed that, because that is the correlation between the US dollar, stocks, and the Bitcoin. So that impact that US dollar have on the stocks is the same impact that the stocks have on the Bitcoin, because industry adoption and a lot of companies are correlated with Bitcoin, and as the stock market is going up and the Bitcoin is going up, and when the US dollar is weaker, the stock market is usually stronger. So all that correlations are really, really, really clear here, and I'm glad that when the US dollar index started to go down, the Bitcoin started to go up, and I like that acceleration in that moment. And sometimes we know that even that the US dollar index is bullish or moderate bullish, Bitcoin can go up and accelerate when the US dollar is down. So all that correlation are really, really good. So we will see how that impact on a new highest high for Bitcoin. I would like to see new highs.
Yeah, well, I think, look, there was I've just been working on the crypto news for Hola Prime X. If you're not on Hola Prime X subscribed, please subscribe. It's a fantastic channel and a growing channel. Now, So this top CEO, I won't say his name on stream because I can't remember it. He was saying how he feels this year Bitcoin will hit $1 million. Right now, obviously, both my eyebrows raised when he said that, but his math is based on the accelerating cycle from 2019, when Bitcoin went from just a few $100s to 20K. Now, obviously, when you actually think about the math and you think about what the market cap of Bitcoin was back then, and then what it needs to be in order for it essentially to 10x in price this year, well, that's where the skepticism comes in. But when you then calm everything down and you think, well, if you just have a small move from here, that's 250K, that aligns essentially with a lot of other potential sell signals, which we've got in other patterns for longer term time frames. So, people may think I'm crazy for suggesting 250, right? But when a lot of commentators are speaking much higher levels, which of course is just bullish further, we just reduce that a little bit. And I think we can, if you think about Bitcoin just 2xing from here, right? I think absolutely you could do that for sure, right? I mean, there's a lot of things happening in tech at the moment. Nvidia is now the biggest company ever, overtaking Apple and so forth. And this is the tech, and Nvidia is intertwined, of course, with crypto because of it. The chip maker is all to do with AI technology, but it's also to do with Bitcoin mining, right? And one of the reasons why Nvidia has done so well the last few years is because there was a huge amount of demand for chip manufacturing from Nvidia to power these mining machines, and mining is just growing and growing and growing. And therefore, you look at Nvidia and you look at how it's doing, and even though it's not exclusively related to the crypto market, but you think about all the AI tokens, all those projects, then you think, well, actually, is Nvidia front running Bitcoin's next move, right? And is Bitcoin going to take over Apple and Alphabet, right? Is it going to, in terms of market cap? So I think that's an interesting perspective, which we'll be talking more over the last few weeks. But just wanted to show that while you were talking about the dollar, and maybe I can pass back to you, Igor, and then if there's any time at the end, I can talk about XRP. So yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm good to jump in just quickly while we're talking about the long-term dollar, if that's
please. Yeah, please.
Then I can hand it. Yeah, just 1 second. Let me just show you.
Hi to Robert, who's joined us. I do have the comments up. So great to see you, Robert. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, yeah, just should be coming through now. One of my favorite charts, the chart of the dollar index and Republican presidents overlaid.
All right, I'm going to sit here quietly.
Nice. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Notice what happens when the red ones come in and the blue ones come in. So it starts off really kind of with the back end of Reagan's second term, which was the other half of the boom and bust of the dollar in the 1980s. We had that kind of Volcker at the Fed kind of controlling inflation in the early 1980s, late 70s, early 80s, and that led to a big move higher in the US dollar. And it got a little bit too high, so all of the G, I think it was probably the G5 at the time, decided to burst the bubble, and that saw the US dollar collapse to new lows for the downtrend. And from that point onwards, you can see there's a fairly clear trend where Republican presidential terms have tended to see a lower dollar, and Democrat ones to see a higher dollar for whatever reason. So answers on a postcard to why, whether it's by accident or whether it's by design. But yeah, this is where we are. We're, I think, 6-7 months into Trump's second term. So we've got a good 3.5 years if he's in power just for one term. So that should, I think we'll see something a little bit similar to what we saw during GW's reign, where we saw a big decline in the value of the dollar. I think it's only just begun, in the words of the Carpenters.
A Carpenters reference, and Microsoft Paint, 2 blasts from the past, right? So That is a really good, interesting chart. I mean, Igor, what's your thoughts on that?
One day, Howard showed me this, and I thought a lot about this. And this is the really, really something that repeats itself. And the thing that I really like this is if you see, for example, where the Republicans is going to the on the bench, for example, Trump, you can see couple months before the January, you see the strong bullish potential and everything, and then the drop.
Yeah.
And this is
Boom, yeah.
repeatable, and for George Bush and for Trump and everything. And I just analyzed after he showed me this the last time when Trump was a president, the last time, and what was happened. The US dollar every single month was bearish, and in the summer, June, July, August, September, it was the 2 or 3 bullish months, and after that, again bearish. So if this is true and Trump is again as a president, maybe we can see the similar movements that we whole this year can be bearish for US dollar. And I don't know. I don't like that because I receive salary in US dollars, and it's not good because I will lose 10, 15, maybe 20% from my salary. So I would like to see maybe a few months bullish dollars, something like that.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. That's I'll tell you that pattern does look a little bit like it's for me. It's a very similar kind of top to what we saw back in 2001-2 when GW came in, where we had the end of the last big uptrend over here, and it kind of double top and then it broke down. And I think we've got a similar kind of thing here where we had that kind of retest. Didn't quite make a a matching high, but a good attempt at pushing to the upside, and now we're starting to see an acceleration lower, just like we did back in 2002. So I think it's early stages of a new downtrend, which should see new lows all the way down here.
Yeah, which would be good for crypto potentially if we can get inflation where we want it. What I find quite amusing is because I was a big fan of Herbert Walker, and you notice the similarities, even though he had only one term, you notice the similarities between his term and his son's. It's just like a bigger version of the same pattern, right?
Yeah.
Too spooky.
It's weird. Maybe it's because they don't care too much about the finances of the country. They just want to stimulate growth. It could be something like that, which is generally bad for the dollar. It could be something like that, interest rate, like a negative bias on interest rates, just to get the consumer going.
Certainly an interesting angle. It's certainly an interesting angle. It's some very interesting times. I mean, and again, it's like you've got to put all these things in context as well, because obviously with the Obama administration, they're on the back end of the financial crisis when they started, and then the Trump administration, of course, was on the back end. We had the pandemic, of course, which Biden was having to deal with. So there's always a bit of context, but it's very interesting to the impact of the different policy approaches. I'm really not quite sure what to make of it. That's very interesting. That's really good, Howard. Thanks for bringing that. So we could, I could have a quick, just check in with my trade entrance and try and put one of those things on. Then I can have a quick look at XRP, and then maybe Igor or Howard, you can have the last word. Is that all right?
No problem.
Okay.
Good.
Let's continue this battle of trying to find Zoom. Here it is. Right. Got it. I'm getting good at this now. Right. Oh, hang on. Trading views come up. That's cool. Let's do that. Here we go. Okay. Team, would we be able to put my screen up? Thank you so much. In fact, actually, that's right. Yeah. So this is. Thank you very much, guys. So this is Peanut. I've actually done the wrong thing, so I'm going to have to get rid of that in a minute. So this is I think in the play. I'm going to put an order on this on the exchange for now, and I think just to highlight what I'm thinking of doing. So take profits up here. We seem a logical place. Don't think that's potentially out of reach given previous volatility. Quite confident with this nice level of support. I think at the very least that if something does happen in the market, there'll be a sufficient buys in to give it a little bit of a bounce, which would maybe allow this, give me plenty of options to exit before my stop loss is hit. And I could have a tighter stop, but I think this is a nice risk reward ratio, and I think it's quite appropriate. So I'm just going to stop sharing again. Apologies, and just share properly the whole screen and just go back to the thing. If team, sorry, we could just put that up, and I'll just, here we go. So just wait to see if you can see my the exchange platform. Here we go. So I'm just going to put this on. So we're looking for an entrance around 2344, which is around here, and we've got the stop and take profit exactly where. So just a small position, it's a bit hesitant. Let's just put that on and see if we get it. So just very straightforward on this. We're just looking for a retrace to here, essentially. Just retrace back down to here, scoop up an entrance. Now, obviously on this chart, it looks a little bit suspect, but when we swap back to the main chart, we've obviously, you can see the patterns, you can see the triangle, and there's obviously a bit of the context there for a play. But let's just check in. So that's on the exchange. Hopefully I'll catch it this time. But let's have a quick look at XRP for anyone who's paying attention to that. Now, we were talking about yesterday this potential breakout, and we want to see a move above the 200 MA on this daily time frame, which is quite significant. And you can see we've got a lot of air above us following these successive this higher low. We haven't got a higher high yet.
I think she's saying buy Ripple.
Yeah.
Buy Ripple.
Figure out how to turn that off. Just
Can you hear me, Howard?
I can, yeah.
Oh, now the Paul is here. He'll reconnect. I see that very soon. I hope he will be soon here. Yes,
that was enjoyable.
He's here.
Terribly sorry for that. Some weird, strange person just put their head in the window. Very weird. Right, where were we? Let's just go back to that. So sorry about that. Forgive me. Right, let's. Can we just bring my chart up again? Thanks, guys. Sorry for the disruption. That was a little bit intense. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, we had this breakout, and we were saying yesterday that we needed, of course, to have this a candle body close above this moving average, and now we've got that. And we looked at the other chart just to see essentially kind of under the hood what XRP is doing. And even though Bitcoin today is putting in just briefly all new highs, essentially this is XRP versus Bitcoin, and you can see we're still outpacing Bitcoin, which gives us a little bit reason to pay attention to this. So there's a potential trade against XRP at the moment, and you really be looking to just come in really just about here. But I would wait just to get a little bit more height first. But again, we talked about this earlier, right? We're trying to get in before it makes its move. We've got the 618 overhead, so maybe, you know, wait a little bit, be patient, and then look to come back down here, because of course you want at least a decent 40-50% retrace from a move to try and enter on first. Otherwise, potentially, you know, you're gonna be on the back end of a retrace and coming back into the pattern. So with XRP, you probably just want to see something like this. And if you do see that, and remember, only if you see that, then you can be looking in scoop up an entrance here, either for a range trade or a move higher with XRP. So I just want to talk about, because I know a lot of people have a lot of a focus on that. But that's XRP, and I'll let you know if my peanut trade comes into play. Hopefully, we'll have that tomorrow. 3 days in a row, we've been trying to get a trade entrance, so we'll see if that happens. I'll just check in very briefly with HBAR, and as you can see, unfortunately, HBAR is feeling the bullish fervor at the moment and is quite keen to probably run into this order block before it comes down. But yeah, so that's the play. And just checking with Bitcoin before we sign off, and just check Check how we do. Oh, here we go. Yeah, worth checking in. So let's just look on a different chart. Right, so we're having another go at all-time highs right now. Let's just zoom in a little bit. This is the 6-hour chart, and Bitcoin looks like it is trying to move higher, but with less volume. So let's just zoom into the macro a little bit. And here we go. So really, excuse me, really what we need to see as traders is confirmation. And just because we've eked out a little bit of a new high, we essentially need to see a candle body close on a significant time frame, which I guess would be the hourly to start with, above here. And if we do see that candle body close above this area, above 1200, then we've got something to talk about. Then we've got something to write home about, right? But of course, we need to see a significant move upwards from here, and you notice we've got this, so I got this out of the way, then we've got the 115 1.272 fib level right above. So it all seems to be happening at the moment, so we'll wait and see, but it should be quite interesting tomorrow. But I'll hand it back, and apologies again for that racket.
No problem. Okay, excellent. So I can share one trade idea right now, if you don't mind.
Yeah, can we put Igor's chart up, please? Thank you so much.
No problem. I will just do it
I need to give Robert 1 minute before we finish as well, because I've just seen a comment from him. So when you finished, Igor, I'll just have a chat to Robert.
no problem. Just to yes,
I'm just going to give my dog a death stare while you're talking.
Yes. Do you see right now the chart?
I think it'll be coming up in a second. Can we put that up, guys? Thank you.
Do you see?
Not yet, my friend.
Maybe should I?
Oh no. So yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Thanks, bud. Yeah.
Excellent. So this is the US dollar Japanese yen, and I have idea for the swing trade. What is the main reason for this? So if you go to the one daily chart, you can see that, as you know, we got today really strong US dollar index, and you can see how this bullish candle is almost doji. And this impact is very small because the Japanese yen was a little bit stronger and stronger. So yesterday it was the bearish candle. And what I want to do, I want to create one swing trade where my stop loss will be the level 147.2, just above this highest high from the yesterday. And the good thing is, if you watch in 1 hour chart, you can see this. We have a high, low, then we touch the highest high, then we had a drop, we went up, and now last 3 hours we are bearish, and we have right now the hourly close below simple moving average 50. On the relative strength index indicator, you can see the trend line, which is really clear. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 dots. So this is not by accident. We have a really bearish move right now for US dollar Japanese yen. And I think that if I put a stop loss here, we can accomplish really big. First target can be the low of the 144.5, and maybe we can touch the lowest point of July month. So I think this is the very interesting setup, and several things align. And what I like to see is when US dollar index is so strong, like today, Japanese yen just have some kind of the force and pushing lower US dollar Japanese yen, which is very, very interesting. And this trade is not just correlated with the US dollar, it's more correlated with the strength of the yen and this beautiful bearish trend line for RSI. Guys, what do you think about this trade?
Howard, please.
Yeah, on my side, I don't know. I'm obviously bearish on the US dollar, but the way the yen has been acting recently, kind of weak. It's not one of my favored short dollar plays. But if the dollar does what it's supposed to do, top out around current levels, then this should kind of top with it. So yeah, I wouldn't want to kind of go in the opposite direction to what you're doing.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's really good. I mean, this is the thing. If you're looking at the RSI as well as part of your as the complements you're looking, of course, it's like what I was saying earlier. You know, we need, you know, and until it moves higher out of the pattern, then there's no confirmation. So you have to presume, of course, it's going to go down until it doesn't, as my mentor used to say. Yeah, it's pretty good. Well, look, I just want to mention Robert has just firstly, Robert has said this. I'll read what he said. So he said, man, my sole trade came back down and hit my stop loss that was in minor profit. So firstly, the first thing I want to say to Robert, I've got to end in a second, is congratulations for getting back on that horse. So you're halfway already towards your Hola Prime cap. So I'm very thrilled about that, and you should be really, really pleased as well. Now look, all of us have had stop losses hit. You know, that happens. It's part of it. It's part of the process. Remember that, you know, 80% of your trades, your winning trades will come, 80% of your profits will come from 20% of your trades, right? So you need to just bear that in mind. But that's great. Just look, you've got back on the horse, right? Okay, so it didn't go exactly as you planned, but that's perfectly fine. Don't adjust, rinse, repeat, do a little bit of a post-mortem. And tomorrow I'll take a look at Sol for you, and maybe if you can provide us some information, we can actually do a direct kind of debrief of your trade. And I'm sure it was great, and we can just highlight any areas potentially that could have messed you up a little bit. But well done for doing that. Really proud of you. We're all proud of you here. Thanks for letting us know. And tomorrow we'll have a look at Sol, if that's okay. But unless you guys, Igor, Howard, have got anything else today, I think we should probably wrap it up. Is that okay?
All good. Yeah, all good my side.
Well, thank you to everyone for bearing with us here today with Hola Prime, as we are just working out some new systems and getting it all ready for some big things. So thank you very much for that, for tolerating us. I apologize again for my dog. She's going to be severely punished with a selection of biscuits and fresh toys. But for now, the next session starts hopefully in 30 minutes, and we'll be back tomorrow. Take care for now. Thank you so much.
Take care.
bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello. How's everyone doing? Can you all
We're
hear me,
here.
hopefully? Awesome. Darryl, Paul, good to see you. Let me just turn up my headphones here.
Yeah,
Yes, I can hear
great to see
you.
you guys.
Can you guys hear me?
Crazy trading day, right?
Yeah, very, very, very fun actually, and but at the same time a little bit frustrating on the execution side. But we can get into that at another point here. But pretty eventful. So
No, absolutely. I sadly didn't have any chance to trade today, but I was looking at the market, and I'm kind of glad I didn't. It was very choppy. I also want to apologize to all the viewers for the late start. There was a little technical issue. We're just working out a few teething problems with this new software, but it looks like we are pretty much getting it all under wraps. And I do apologize for Coach Iris's absence. She's having some camera issues, but hopefully she will join at some point in this session. But apart from that, yeah, let's get cracking. Let's share some screens. Let's have a look at some charts, and yeah, let's have a good session. No, that is my screen, isn't it? That is my screen. Flip it to Paul's screen, back end.
there we
There
are.
we go.
Beautiful. Just recently, actually, it was a small trade, relatively speaking, but we on the ES right here, we saw a little bit of pullback from the high of day, and it came right into an area of support that I had laid out before the session even started, or a area of resistance that we had broken through that then I thought would become support, which was when the day that we made all-time highs, which was July 3rd. The range of that session, in the value area of that session, the value area low was this 63.17 area, and it's kind of where we had some resistance here today and then chopped through and then broke out of. So I was like, you know what, I would like to get long here. It pulled in, I got long, I actually got out right here in this like 63 area. Probably should have held on to it longer, because on 3 different 30-minute time blocks we had a bump up against this area of 63.24, and that to me is like a primer for a breakout through it, through that top. So I probably should have held on to that longer, but didn't realize that until too late, until after I exited the position, and I didn't want to chase anything. So, but I'll take a little bit of green, so no big deal. And that was really it. That was I did have a small NASDAQ short in the beginning of the day, but it was literally for like 1 minute, and I got like 8 points, so it wasn't a huge trade or anything. So I think that one's kind of a dud to show, but this was a good one. I missed a couple of trades on the ES, unfortunately. There were some really nice. For example, man, this day was great, but it was frustrating too, because this area at 63.09 is the value area high from yesterday, and of course, right off the opening print, we touched it, became lower here, and then we wanted to retest that area to then break through. My thought was, all right, we'll see a pop through. We'll see maybe it act as support where I can get long for an upside push. It didn't even allow for that to happen. It just consolidated right above the overnight high here at 63.12, and kind of was just like off to the grinding races of sorts. So missed that opportunity to get long, unfortunately. But like I said, I wanted to get long closer to the 63.09, 63.08 area, not 63.12 or 63.14. But is what it is.
What's annoying right now is I wouldn't be able to short the market. Obviously, we're in a lovely, uptrend at the moment. But I have nothing to the left of me apart from the all-time high, which we're soon approaching. I'm talking about the ES here. Apart from that, I have no kind of nothing to the left of me where I can be like, okay, here's a gap in volume, here's high volume, here's something using the volume profile. I got nothing, right? So the only type of trade I could possibly take, if it continues just this nice bullish uptrend, is if there's a pullback, then I can, buy it. But there's nothing I can do in terms of shorting at the moment. I could technically find something on the footprint, but I like to have areas, just because it allows me to kind of keep my stop losses tight, because I know, okay, if it breaks that area, this trade's a no-go. Sometimes if you just rely on the footprint, the price can kind of, like you might have like a big chunk of buyers right at the top of a tip of a candle, right? And it can kind of consolidate there for a bit. And you can see that those buyers are struggling to push it up, but it might just want to wick a little bit higher or kind of drift a little bit higher, and then it slams and melts down, right? But it's kind of hard to kind of estimate where you're going to put your stop loss because you have no structure. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's a tough one. I mean, on the upside here, honestly, man, my only upside targets are based on that high, that July 3rd trading range, because we broke all-time highs in that range, and that the value area high of that day was 63.33. So now that we've rotated today, we've rotated into that range, that day's range in general, and we've bounced off that value area low range, and we're now migrated towards its point of control. If you are looking for an upside target, I feel like you'd be looking for the value area high of that day, or it's obviously the all-time high, like you mentioned. Those are, but I agree. Those are my only levels. Like those are it, and then
and then beyond that, well, you just kind of, you're at all-time highs. So there's nothing possibly to the left of you where you can base any kind of short trade on. In terms of structure, so it becomes your opportunities kind of get halved almost as a scalper. So I hate kind of trading near the all-time highs because it just kind of drives up a little bit. What I like trading is, I like a nice pullback and then kind of trading within a bunch of structure. That's always great. But sorry, you were saying.
No, sorry. Like there's a tiny bit of delay, so I sometimes accidentally I cut you off, and I do not mean to do that. The only thing I can say is to the upside, when we've got no levels to the left of us after you've broken through all-time highs, really the only thing that I think of in terms of upside targets after that are where you're looking at expected moves based on the options markets of, let's say, the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ or whatever. So that gets into, you get a little bit more granular, and like you're saying, that's not necessarily a scalp thing. It's more of like where could we go in the short-term future? And by short-term, maybe the day or the week, or depending on whether you're looking at the daily options or the weekly options, what that expected move is. But for anybody scalping intraday or, holding for a couple hours intraday, it's, maybe not necessarily the level to look for.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Also, we do have comments. Just had a look on YouTube. Robert, as usual, good to see you again, Robert. He says, morning, guys. Hope you had a good trading day. I do see a few messages earlier that I'm assuming Solana, SOL, because you're talking with Paul, right, our crypto guy. So your Solana trade came back down and hit your stop loss. That was a minor profit. Well, I hope, apart from the Solana trade, I hope you had a good trading day, Robert. What I'm going to do is I'm going to... If the back end, could you pull up my charts real quick? Any second now.
Beautiful.
Calling back end. Can you put up my charts, please?
I think I see it now. Do you or no? Oh no,
I
just
don't
kidding.
see my own charts. No.
No.
Give it a second. Any second now. We do apologize. These are teething issues. They will be flattened out hopefully in the near future. I can't imagine one or two more sessions, I think, and then everyone will know exactly what to do. And to the back end, can you pull up my charts, please? Okay, well, until that happens. Oh, here we go. Yay.
Hey.
Well done. Thank you. Right, awesome. Let's have a look. So, for the viewers who tuned in yesterday into you would remember me and Paul. We had quite a hectic little trade towards the end, where I got stopped out to the T by literally on the dot, and then I jumped immediately back in because I was adamant we are going up, and we were kind of stuck in, where was it? It was yesterday around 7. Yeah, we were stuck here. I mean, it doesn't really look like much on the 15-minute chart, this area here, but if I drop down to the 5-minute and show you guys, it was around 6, 7 o'clock my time. So yeah, it was basically around this area here. We were stuck in this nasty little range, and I got stopped out, I think, by one of these wicks. I think it was this one. My stop loss was literally here, and it touched it and stopped me out. And then I jumped back in, and eventually, after the session, it did hit both of our TPs. I think you targeted 310, didn't you?
I did, and
wow.
I was going to mention it. Isn't it hilarious how beautifully it really touched there right at the close?
Look at that.
Yeah.
What a phenomenal trade. Well done.
Thank you. It was,
I was proud of it. That better. It's annoying that it didn't happen in the session, because that would have been even better. But no, that was incredible. Yeah, you had your take profit at 310 to the T. Honestly, really good job, Paul. Really good stuff.
Thank you. Amazing. You too as well. You did. We both hung in there. So
just about. I mean, I got out way earlier than that, but yeah, no, you really held it, and that's awesome. But looking at the market today, I mean, this is what I mean. Here, this black line is the all-time high that goes back. Let me just switch to a 15-minute real quick. That's the all-time high back in 3rd of July. So not too long ago, only a few days ago. But yeah, like to the left of me, I have nothing. All I have is this a few candles. And that honestly doesn't tell me much. I mean, in terms of the volume profile, like you mentioned, Paul, you got the point of control on that day. But yeah, really, I have absolutely nothing. I have no gaps. We broke the last gap just a few minutes, well, not a few minutes ago, but so there was a trade. Sadly, I didn't take it, or, well, I didn't spot it in time. I wasn't at the charts at this point, but here was the gap, and it broke through it, came back on the other side to retest it, and then the continuation has happened, which would have been a really awesome buy. Sadly, I couldn't take it, but yeah, I mean, we just have nothing I can kind of target. I mean, the footprint, look, I mean, you could do like really tiny scalps using the footprint. It's dangerous when you just use one kind of, I wouldn't call it an indicator, one tool, so to speak, because you kind of need to back up your trade with more than just one kind of theory, right? Like, I used a footprint by trying to read the story. So I imagine, who are these 348 contracts bought, sorry. You know, are these people buying because we just broke out on that high? Most likely. That kind of makes sense, right? There was a little high there. It kind of dipped above. Very bullish. A lot of people are going to just buy it, right? Or, you know, if you're looking at like the depth of market, I know it won't be on the screen at the moment, but if you look at the depth of market, you'll always see just above the high of the day, there's always a huge amount of well, I wouldn't say a huge amount, but a noticeably higher amount of contracts available, limit orders on the sell side, right? And that's obviously, you know, again, makes perfect sense. You know, if you bought somewhere here, where you're going to target, you're going to put your take profit around here. So these are other buyers actually taking profit as limit orders. So there's a lot of volume available there, and then there's fresh buyers picking up that and actually taking it. Does that make sense? So you get that kind of pattern on trendy days, you know, wherever you kind of break out the high, you get those breakout traders. And although, I mean, there are no sellers in the market, although you see red, I can assure you these are a lot of these people are not fresh sellers. There's very little actual true sell aggression in the market right now. What you're seeing is purely buyers, you know, buying it up, taking profit, and other buyers, fresh buyers, kind of taking that position. And then you do get the odd bit of red. Now, those are probably other buyers manually market ordering rather than a take profit or stop loss. They're market ordering, exiting the market, right? So every time you get these kind of like sharp little drips, you see, you know, some buyers going, I don't really like it, and then quickly get out, trying to wait for a better price. So it's very kind of hard to scalp a market where structure is kind of missing to the left, at least for me. You can just kind of read the story of the footprint, kind of get in, get out. But yeah, I would want a considerable pullback before I even think about buying this market now. That was the best opportunity right there to buy it when it came back into that gap. That would have been beautiful. There was another one here. There was a lovely gap here. Again, same play. I mean, at first we rejected it earlier today. Rejected it, came back to this gap. I didn't actually draw that properly, but came back to this gap. And then eventually broke through, and you can just about see the market kind of dipped back into it for that continuation trade, and then kept shooting up. So until it creates more kind of gaps in volume that I can potentially trade, I unfortunately see nothing. I might be able to see like really micro kind of gaps. If I up the row size, I might be able to see really tiny ones, but then they kind of weaken. Okay, so yeah, there's like there's a smaller one there, which
I would say, you know, at this point, I'm really looking for the move to 63.33, which was that value area high on July 3rd, and then maybe a pullback into the point of control of that day of 63.25, and then maybe we could get long there, you know, like, or maybe try to take the short off of that 63.33, 63.34 area, depending on what the order flow is looking like. Maybe we can short it and target the point of control as our take profit. So unfortunately, we're grinding. We're kind of just grinding so slowly because, I mean, now we're in the afternoon. Big moves have happened. The Dow exploded upwards today. I mean, the Dow, like every single sector in the S&P 500 was up pretty good, except for tech, which was down. And now tech is kind of joining the party and trying to get back to its opening print. So everything is kind of just flowing together now. There was the huge divergence between the Dow and the NASDAQ in the morning, but now everything is not diverging. We're all flowing together. This usually tends to signal, you know, we are just going to grind bullishly and the entries are going to be difficult. It's that classic comment that people will make of like, just push the buy button and then cover your eyes. This is one of those things where, like, I feel like traders will mention that, not that we are saying that, but like people that are afraid of investing new money at all-time highs and all that stuff, they'll just say, just push buy and close your eyes, because these are pretty good conditions, all else equal. No headlines or anything, as long as no headlines, crazy news headlines pop up.
Yeah. I mean, again, there was a trade, like, if I up the row size of the volume profile, I can see the kind of smaller gaps. Like I said, they're not as good, but on a very trending market, they sometimes hold quite well. There was one here, and yeah, that's where it happened. And you can use it in conjunction with the footprint, right? So we broke above it. You can just see those large sell numbers at the bottom. That, I mean, you could see that as sellers getting trapped. I think it's going to be more of a combination of things. I don't think it's really that many fresh sellers, but you'd be surprised. A lot of people try to sell, the highs. Even on a day like this, you will get people trying to short the highs. So you could see that as sellers getting trapped, and then just failing to push the markets. Every time it bounced here, boom, could have bought it again. As soon as you see a bit of buy aggression come in, especially or just those sellers getting trapped, right? Heavy sell volume, as I always say. And then as the market goes above it, you could just see that buy volume start coming in. That's your kind of cue to jump in, right? And you just want to be on the right side of the market. And it's easy enough when it's such a trending kind of market like this. Don't ever think about selling unless you have an area that is worthy to sell at, not just like a small high. I'm talking, something structurally in the past, if you have, but we have nothing here at the moment. So there's nothing I can kind of, the only thing I guess you could target once we do get all-time highs is maybe psychological levels, right? So 350 would be like an obvious one. 400 and so forth, like quarterly theory. Generally speaking, just kind of the only, at least for me, that would be the only kind of logical thing I could target. I'll start targeting psychological levels for take profits and things like that. But yeah, I wouldn't want to short the market.
I forget about those. I don't pay much attention. I forget that like there are those like key psychological levels sometimes. Like you'll look at just clean things like 6350 or a 6400 maybe, and then around numbers essentially or whatever. That's a good point that you made there, for sure.
Yeah. I tend not to use gold. Them. Go for it.
Oh no! Just let's finish. Let's finish what we were just saying, and then sorry, I thought you were done talking. My bad.
No. I'm pretty much done. I'm pretty much done for now. I'm just on Project X, having a look on the Hola Prime. I'm using the volume profile. It's the same as TradingView. See if anything differs, but if we just take this kind of push up, there really aren't many gaps that you can trade. There was one, the biggest one was down here, and that was quite a few hours ago. That would have been a lovely trade. That was the one I said earlier that we missed. You can see it on the 15-minute, this one here. But that was probably the main trade that sadly was a few hours ago, kind of gone. But who knows? Fingers crossed. Might look at different markets, like you said.
Yeah. Gotta find some action somewhere, And I'm trying to look at gold and crude, and honestly, there's
NQ it's looking different than ES. I find it weird that they are so different now all of a sudden. They used to be, well, generally speaking, they're always pretty much the same in terms of structure. This is looking very different to ES. Looks like the tech stocks are not doing too well then.
Well, yeah, this is
It hasn't
exactly what I was
risen
talking
as
about
much.
earlier. This is exactly what I was like saying with the sectors of the S&P 500. When you see the Dow being the leader for like to help the S&P 500 grind higher, and you see the NASDAQ not being the one that's pushing it up, that's when you know you just got to start looking at the sectors and say, okay, industrials are up big time, healthcare is up big time, consumer discretionary is up big time, and those are just, and so the Dow and the S&P are the ones correlating with each other positively instead of the NASDAQ. So
Yeah. Well, that's very interesting. But yeah, Dow,
yeah,
I'm just looking at Dow now, exact same trade as the S&P. We missed it. Same time, exact same playbook. Had a beautiful gap there. We eventually broke through it, came back to the other side and continued. But on NAS, I mean, yeah, that trade did not exist on NASDAQ. All we had a gap down here, which was literally touched on the low of the day and rejected. And then we kind of created a center gap, but center ones I generally never trade. I like to trade the ones either the highs or lows, you know. In the center, it just very quickly, especially if it's that close to the point of control, I don't really pay too much attention to it because it can very easily just get filled and then just become consolidation, essentially. And then we got one at the top here, which it has yet to reach. But with the NASDAQ, I mean, there's nothing to trade either. We're just kind of very ranged. The volume profile's like a ranging market. Until it gets either down here or up here, there's nothing I can do at the moment for me.
yeah. You could look for like when I'm looking at I'm looking at like what the TPOs right now, and the only thing I can really see is if you want to get long here, it's like great. You can get long between 23.025 and 23.016 with a stop probably somewhere in the you probably have to take like a 20-point stop closer to the point of control of the day for a target of the value area high of yesterday, which is roughly 23.045. So even there, you're only looking for, it's like a 1-to-1. Or obviously, if you really think that we're going to revisit the highs of the day on the NASDAQ, then I mean, that's a different story. But the way that it's traded today, I'm not quite sure, to be honest, unless it genuinely is a laggard today between the Dow, the S&P, and the NASDAQ. It's just the pure laggard that then needs to catch up, and money's about to just flow into it and break it up to its high of day. So, I mean, I don't know if I would bet on that necessarily, but...
Yeah, that's a tough one, isn't it? I think this market. I think a lot of people are struggling at the moment with this market. If you're trading, you know, the ES, NAS, Dow Jones, whatever it might be, because, like you said, the stocks they're all the big, you know, tech is not doing as good. Industrials are doing very good. S&P is obviously just general 500. It includes everyone pretty much. So it's kind of the average almost of the two, right? Until they start correlating again like they used to, I think you're going to get this very kind of choppy movement, because what we had, I mean, just look at the NAS. This is scary, right? Look at that. I mean, yesterday, I mean, it happened on the ES as well, to be fair, but we had this huge push up and then an instant reversal. I mean, I know that can happen occasionally, but that is brutal. You know, think about the amount of traders who were trapped at the top, and you know, or the amount of people trying to buy the pullback here, and then just get stopped out. That was brutal. And then here is, I mean, again, quite brutal, right? I mean, a lot of, like, if you do technical analysis and patterns, I personally don't, but people are like, okay, you know, higher high, higher low, higher low, just breaks it, and then boom. You know, think about the amount of trap traders who, as soon as it broke this high, who were doing some kind of Fibonacci extension, and got completely annihilated right here. That, to be fair, almost touched the O2 extension, so a lot of people would have been near their TP, which makes it kind of, I don't know if that makes it worse. A lot of people would have had,
possibly.
I mean, this would have
actually.
been people who trade Fibonacci would have got in at like the 618, right? Probably had their stops at, I think they normally say like below the 786, right? And then target the O2 extension. That would have been their. I mean, that's brutal, right?
Especially
That's
if
I mean,
yeah, especially if like you are one of the, I mean, I understand like stick to your plan, and you need to, like, if your target's this, like at a certain level, you know, you want to stick to that target. But if there are times I feel like it's very important to use discretion of like, am I trying to make that extra tick? You know, is it better to maybe put my target slightly below where I know more volume will maybe get picked up and I can lock in a good profit, instead of, you know, this is the level, I got to put my profit, my target profit here, and I'm not giving that up. And it's like you miss out on 40 ticks of profit because you were stubborn on 1 or 2 ticks. And, you know, classic could be a classic example, you know, right here with the range, the Fibonacci.
I mean, this is why I say the footprint is so important, right? Because if you were trading that just based on the candles, I mean, imagine it was green up here. There's no way, if you ask someone, bet, what do you think it's going to do? Is it going to stop you out, or is it going to hit your TP? 99.99% of people will say, of course it's going to hit your TP. Why wouldn't it? I mean, it's so close already. Candles green. I mean, to be fair, this was a US Open, right? So hopefully there were people who figured out, okay, look, we're at the US Open. Probably get out of my trade because it does go a bit crazy. But the footprint, I can promise you, it would have shown you, hey, get the hell out the market, you know, if you were long in that area. So let's just have a quick look. I'm going to just do the 5-minute footprint. Let's see what it shows. This is why it's so important to I'm just going to get rid of that. Right. Okay, you don't actually see that much on the footprint, apart from buyer's trap. Now, NQ obviously has a bit different, like a range of numbers in the ES, right? 300 contracts isn't that big for the ES, but for the NQ, it's actually quite big. If you just look at the numbers in general, 300 is a big number, right, in comparison. Had even 171 is generally getting a bit up there, right? Had those buyers, you know, trapped, and then it just starts getting down below, like, you know, that's it. Like, get the hell out of that trade. The footprint can show you that this move down is actually got aggression and volume behind it. It's not just because sometimes you have the market will move, but it will move just because of lack of liquidity, right? There's actually very little volume, but there's so little volume that the market can just kind of gap and move to wherever there is volume, right? So it can look erratic, although there's not actually much behind it, right? There was true volume behind that, true actual aggression, and it just keeps getting worse. You know, every time the buyers kept trying to buy it, 52 contracts couldn't, bang, 93. You could just see these buyers dropping out. You know, all these buyers who bought here, that you can just see them get liquidated, right? They're all hitting the exit. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Just getting out the market, bang, 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 and then heavy sellers start coming in again. Buyers still trying to push it up, nothing. Sellers. Yeah. And until you see that reversal, that kind of switch, where sellers are now actually not able to push the market down. They come in aggressive, and for the first time in this whole move, they haven't been able to push it down. And then the buyers came in, and look, the buyers aren't actually able to push it up. So that's your first sign. This downtrend might not last. right? This might bottom out, and then we kind of have that push up. Sellers come in again, aggressive, really aggressive, trying to do that one last push, and you can just see again the buyers coming aggressive. They're actually able to push the market up, and after that, it's game over. And then the buyers just kind of take control for the most part. Not as aggressive, but they take control. So the footprint just gives you that clarity. Whereas if you just look at the candles, you would never know that there were 200 plus contracts on the sell side trapped here. How would you know? So how could you
Agreed.
know that something is different here? You just couldn't, right? So
Right.
extremely important to kind of have it in your toolkit of of all your tools.
And
to
it just
trade.
makes it makes things easier to see. Just like the visual of you're not having to worry about calculating deltas on, let's say, like for example, old school trading. You know, what do they say? They say like, let's look at the time in sales. We need to be keeping our eyes on time and sales and looking at the tape, and when that buy and selling volume is coming in, and like you need to concentrate on the tape. This is all the footprint is just an easier version of the tape. It's just showing you the tape in a delta form, which gives you an easier ability to distinguish whether there are more buyers or sellers, and that's all there is to it. And that was a really good example, I feel like, that you gave there, Sam, of the trapped buyers at the open on the NASDAQ, and then the big buying pressure that eventually came in towards the bottom there. I mean, really grade A class lesson on the footprint, I believe.
Yeah, it's a godsend, the footprint. I don't think I could actually trade without it. If I'm truth be told, at least not the way I trade now. I wouldn't be able to scalp. I could probably swing trade, because then you have a very big stop loss. You're kind of just making general structure. You can kind of figure it out, right? But as a scalper, very difficult. Very, very difficult.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm 100% there with you. I mean, I use a version of the footprints. I use like heat maps of sorts that give me deltas on as small of a basis as you'd like. If you want the deltas for every second of trading, you can use it on some of this third-party software. But like that gets a little too granular. I mean, you don't need that, obviously. But looking at it on a per minute or per 5 minute basis, godsend indeed.
It's incredible, isn't it? And it amazes me that a lot of people just don't use it. And use it if you have access to it. Use it.
I mean, I'm telling you, even if I understand, like a lot of this stuff, you have to pay to access it, because you're accessing data that is not easy to obtain, and so you usually have to pay for it. But if let's put it this way, if you're paying $25 a month to access something like a footprint, that helps you make a lot of money. $20 a month ain't so bad. So 100%. It's worth it just for the sake of learning. Like just for the sake of learning, the $20 a month, in my mind, to buy from a provider, it would be up there for me personally. And that's what I did when I started out trading. I was like, all right, I need to make sure I have a footprint of some sort where I can analyze volume on a minute-to-minute basis.
Yeah, absolutely. Darryl, you've been quite quiet. Do you want to show anything you've seen? Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I've been struggling trying to get connected. I hear you guys 5 times over. I hear Paul right now, like literally 5 times delay, echo. I'm struggling, guys, to get connected here.
No problem. Let me help you out here.
My biggest problem here, maybe you can help me, Sam, and I don't know if we should do this on this, but
are you able, where it says audio on Zoom, bottom left, there should be an up arrow?
No, here's my problem with Zoom. I did that already, but I'm trying to get into the app, not to the browser Zoom, and there's nowhere for me to put the link.
Okay.
And I keep getting asked to enter a passcode, and I keep asking the back end, and they just keep telling me to read the instructions.
Okay, no issue. So you're on the web browser right now. You're not using the app, correct?
No, I'm on the app now. I closed the web browser and I've opened the app. It says Zoom Workplace.
Right. I think you would have to leave it and then rejoin in order for that to work.
Yeah.
Give me 2 minutes. If you go ahead and just have a chat with the back end team on Slack. They'll be able to.
I've been trying to do that.
Yeah, because you have to use the app. You have to use the app, not the browser. So.
Yeah, and when I tried to do anyway, I have lots to say, boys, but we're all trading the ES, so you can, if you guys want to continue, and I can hopefully get connected and I'll come back.
Sure.
Yeah. Sounds good.
So we do apologize.
I appreciate that. I apologize very much.
No. It's not your fault. So to all the viewers, we do apologize. There are, like I said earlier, there are teething problems at the moment, but they'll all get ironed out. We're almost there, so don't you worry. Things are, I'll say, 90% smooth at this moment in time, which is better than most, I would say. So it's all good.
Do we?
Up? I think it is. Yeah.
The question is, do we want to try to get long the NASDAQ? That is the question that I'm asking myself right now, I must say.
On the NASDAQ, let me have a look. It's a tough one, isn't it?
I really want to make a trade.
Oh, yeah, we just had a little dip. Let's see what the footprint says. Oh, yeah, it's looking quite nice. We got those kind of 200 contracts on the sell side trapped at the bottom. Instantly, most likely got out. We had that again happen here. I would say a long position would actually be quite good. Based just on the footprint alone, it's looking good, I would say. You can have a really tight stop.
Long. Yeah, I got long.
Awesome. To the back end, you want to switch over to Paul's screen? He's just got into a trade.
Yeah, I'll share real quick. Boom. There you go. I just did a little micro NQ trade here, and I'm going to put my stop at 23.12, and let me do that real quick. And I am going to, I got long at 23.028. Not the greatest, to be quite honest. Pretty bad execution there. But I got a long one micro because I want to, if we pull back a little bit, I would like to then add a little bit of position, another micro to it for them to push higher. So my target at the moment is roughly the 2050 area. So it's roughly like a 2-to-1, maybe a little bit more than a 2-to-1, but that 2350 to 2360 is where I'm looking for the push to get up to. So
nice. Yeah, I think it's a good trade. Footprint confirmed it to me as well. So yeah, take it. Enjoy it. I think it'll be a very good trade.
Yeah,
hopefully,
and,
hopefully, actually
not...
hits TP before this session.
Yeah, right. It just chops for the next 40 minutes, and no. Let me put in a limit order too at my TP area for the sake of having something in case there's like a spike of any sort. Okay.
Nice.
I honestly I would really like to see the 2360 area hit, to be honest. I'm going to move it to the midpoint between 2350 and 2360 here. Which, like now, like also we're trading, the opening range of the NASDAQ was obviously huge. So I will say, from the perspective of the opening range being so large, that the likelihood of breaking out of that 1 hour opening range is relatively slim. Probably it's not like there's the greatest probability of a breakout through the high of day, which is also why I am thinking, take profit in the 2350 to 2360 area. So that's kind of another thing in my head that I'm thinking about at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the footprint as well, and it's looking nice. Really, really nice. You've got the buyers coming in. They seem to be quite effective at actually pushing the market up. Yeah, I think it's a great trade, man. I think it's an awesome trade.
Awesome. Yeah, and on the DOM here that I have on the... Ooh, nice little push up here. Okay, we've got a larger lot of like 88 lots on the 2340 level, so we'll see if that gets blown through, and then maybe 2350 is where the next largest like lot is at a 50-something contracts. So come on, baby. And then 111 lot just appeared at the 2345 area. That's interesting. And the 2340 area just got rid of its offer, so it moved it up. So I think we're cooking with gas here.
You also have Robert jumped in on the trade as well. I think he says, I'm long right now. He always trades the NQ as well. Yeah, I'm in that 23.020. So kind of pretty much where you entered as well, roughly. What did Paul say he was targeting? He's targeting just about 23.055. It's a bit blurry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anywhere between 2350 and 2360 is what I'm looking for. I just put it at the midpoint so that I can... It's kind of like a default profit target, and I'm going to look at order flow when we get to that area.
Yeah. So Robert's targeting 23.080, which is, I'm assuming, right at the tip. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, I think both of you, I think ultimately there's probably going to be a bit of, it will slow down, maybe retrace a bit around the midpoint. And then, but I think eventually it's going to take out maybe not the high of the day today, but it will get to about 23.080, I think, or in that kind of area. Yeah.
I hope it happens, Robert. I want to see your TP hit. I would love to see that, because that means my TP hit, and then we all win. Yeah, I love this. Here we go.
Such a good trade. I mean, zero drawdown. The moment you got in, it's just moving nicely. It's not all choppy. It's not crazy. It's not jumping up and then jumping down. And it's very calm, stable. I love those kind of trades because it never gets you nervous at any point. I mean, sometimes when the market's quick and it's quite choppy, although it can get to your TP quicker, like in one quick move, it can almost, go straight to your TP. the process of doing that, it can kind of get really close and then come back to your entry point and then spike back up, and it's like a roller coaster of emotions. Whereas this, it's just kind of stable. It's got torque behind it. That's how I like to compare it. You know, it's like a diesel engine, a torquey diesel engine. It's not fast, but it's just stable and just keeps going, and it just pulls the market.
Yeah, that's great. Love the metaphor. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like now that we're like coming back in a little bit here, my thought was we're not going to get lucky here and just see this big move up, and then our profit target is going to get hit within a few minutes. My thought is like there's definitely going to be some sort of consolidation that happens here, maybe in the close to where like my entry point was, for then another move higher. But if it doesn't get back to my entry point, I'd love that too. But I don't have these crazy expectations of getting my profit here within a few minutes. So look at that. We already turned around. The dip just occurred, and now we're back.
Beautiful. I mean, this is and on the footprint as well, you just had 182 sell contracts trapped at the bottom of that candle. So that dip again, it keeps playing out the same, doing this for ages. Yeah. This whole push up NQ is just, it would dip down a bit, bottom of the candle, bunch of sellers trapped, and then it will instantly trap them, move up, and then again dip down, trap them, move up, dip down, trap them, move up. It's just been doing this rinse and repeat the whole move up. So
yeah,
Come beautiful
on.
Really,
let's keep
really
it going.
Nice.
This is also where, I think usually the way in which I trade, I have like there's three ways I feel like you can trade. You can either put full position on at wherever you want to get in, and depending on your strategy, you get in at full position immediately. You either try to scale into your position at some point in a very risk managed way, or you those are essentially the two options. And then on the first option, if you get into your full position, you either scale, and then you like have price targets where you scale out. Essentially, maybe you get out at a target on your first contract, let's say, to then make the trade free, and then you have you keep your original stop loss on your second contract, and it's a free trade essentially. Or if you are scaling into a position, you have your you have to keep your stop loss where the market dictates you're wrong or not, and then possibly when it starts moving in your favor, you start pyramiding through into your profit target. The pyramiding thing is something I would like to learn how to do better. I think in micros it's a little bit, there's some practice to be had where you can do that more efficiently. Minis is just too much risk personally for me to be pyramiding into minis, but for micros I think it's really good practice to learn how to pyramid into positions that are all working for you over a longer period of time. Let's say 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. For you, I know, Sam, you're more of a scalper. You like to scalp the market, so pyramiding I guess might not be as much of a thing for a scalper. But
no, yeah, I mean, I do scale in, so I'll have like different kind of setups. So on a setup where it's like the trend is, I'm going to be counter trend trading because I'm trying to catch like a pullback. I would at most enter one contract or something. I would never put a lot on that. And then on the trades where everything is just lining up and it's more of a continuation, we've got a trend, gap in volume, footprint, trap, everything just lines up, I will add more to that position. So I do kind of, I do play with the lot size or the amount of trades I enter, depending on the actual trade and its setup. But what I used to do, which was really bad at one point, And when I say used to, I mean this was many years ago. So learn from my mistakes. I used to, if I had, it's basically martingale, right? So
Oh yeah, no. Oh no.
If I lost a trade, I would then jump in with twice the size on the next one to try and counteract the loss. And you know what? Look, it does work up to a certain point, right? But eventually you do get wiped out with it. You always end up getting wiped out.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly. I think. I mean, you're spot on there. Martingaling works until it doesn't work, and then when it doesn't work, you're done. So
yeah,
that's why.
But it was fun.
100%.
It was fun.
It's a lesson to be learned for sure.
It definitely satisfied that degenerate inside all traders who likes to gamble a little bit. It satisfied that person, but yeah, no, it's not a long-term solution.
You want to know? You want a quick fun story? Super quick fun story. It was like I don't remember 8 years ago or something. I was in Vegas and I wanted to do the martingale strategy on $1 minimum roulette. Because it was actually like financially possible. I'm not using a whole lot of money and I'm getting to test the martingale strategy for the sake of fun. I mean, it was $1, you know, $1 you lose, then $2 you lose, $4 you lose. I'm not kidding you. The martingale strategy did not work. There were like 11 reds. There were 11 reds in a row. I was floored. They were like, but this is exactly why that. Yeah, they're like I stopped after like I don't even remember. So I think it was like 5 or 6 in a row, and I was just like, well, that was fun. Lost however much that was, like $50 or something. Or I just wanted to do it because I had heard about, you know, everybody talks about the martingale strategy, so it was a fun time to try and do it. But watching anybody do that for double the time that I did would have been. I would have been ripping my hair out.
You know, the gambler inside would tell you, well, you stopped that, you know, 5 or 6 rounds. What if the 7th round was the one that turned out green? You know, I mean, sorry, it landed on black. You know, man,
it's so true. I mean, that's
crazy. I mean,
and you can't have that. And that's the thing is like that mindset. That's one I feel like everybody at some point pops in your head, like that kind of thought. But you just gotta get rid of that. Like that's just a fun thought, not a act on it thought. You don't want to be that person. So
absolutely. Gamble in Vegas, but on the charts, on trading, you got to treat it as a business. You know, it's the only
100%.
way. You have to treat it as a business. Otherwise, it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, this is not the casino. You know, what we're doing is not a casino. There is edge to be had. We can have slight probabilities over the house, it's not even close to the same. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Come on, NASDAQ.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go, NASDAQ. Please, just do the move.
Might consolidate for a bit.
Yeah.
Sorry, boys. I keep hearing you guys 5 times over, like literally 5 times over.
Hey man, we'll figure it out at some point. We'll get it figured out for the next session for sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hang out here and listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
I would like to contribute to the conversation because I agree with the roulette strategy. I have stories, and I like Sam's scaling in because I scale in and scale out, but the echo delay, I can't even hear myself think to talk. So I think for tomorrow we'll be good to go for sure.
Yeah,
sure. No, just sit this one out. No problem.
Thank you guys.
That's all right. Yeah, I mean, what were we saying? Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely an edge in trading. NASDAQ's done a push. This is lovely. Let's have a look at the footprint.
Let's go, Nas. Blow through this 102 lot here on the 23.45. Let's just blow through it. Come on.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. It's done it again. Another 258 contracts right at the tip. This is just beautiful.
Yeah. This is just bull market action here. I mean, let's just keep it going, though. Yeah, come on.
You're not far away now.
Take out the 107. Take it out. I think there's an iceberg right before that 23.045 area that just got like relatively filled here, and yeah, there we go. Perfect. Boom, just took out that big 110 lot, and maybe we see a tiny bit of consolidation and then another push up, but would love to see that those buyers not trapped and just keep doing what it's been doing for 3 hours or 2 hours. So
absolutely. What I would say is where we are right now is at 23.042, roughly around that area. That was it was support in the past, and then when the US Open, it kind of blew through that. So you might see some bit of jitteriness around that area, but I think it will just blow right through eventually. Yeah.
This is also kind of the edge of that yesterday's distribution to the high side. So I can totally see this being resistance, just like you're saying, and it just in a different, just with a little bit different, TPO analysis. So like, I think we're right on the same page here. The ES just everything just looks too good to feel like I should try and pull this off, pull the trade off right now. I feel like I should just let it go, just let it do its thing. But, the NASDAQ is also something I don't have a lot of experience trading in. So like seeing the whips that I'm seeing right now in the NASDAQ, of like 3 or 4 points within 10 seconds or 5 seconds or whatever. I'm used to looking at the ES right now that's trading between 4 ticks range for 2 minutes. But we'll see.
What's crazy, the ES has just broken all-time highs. So yeah, ES it's pushing up nicely. So it should be interesting to see what will happen now. And literally right at the top at the all-time high on the footprint on the ES, you got over 1,000 sell contracts right at the tip. Those are lots of buyers all taking their money, popping the champagne, having a great day.
That makes me possibly...
What a trade for any buyer.
Yeah, I'm getting a little... I think... what should I, I don't think I should move my stop. I think the only thought I had was moving my stop to break even, but break even actually would be literally exactly where I feel like stop runs could occur. So
yes, absolutely.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I think on the footprint, what we're seeing now, I wouldn't say it's a change of character at the moment. I mean, we have got a bit of sell pressure coming in now. For the first time in quite a while, buyers are at the top of their candle and haven't been able to push it up. But it's almost expected just based on where we are. Like I said, we're in an area of resistance now. Oh, wait a second. The sellers have been trapped again. It's just pushed up again.
On, baby.
Sellers weren't able to push it down. I think you'll be fine. I think it's just a bit. It's going to slow down. It might go sideways a few candles in that area. Might retrace a little bit, but ultimately, I think where your TP is, it will get here. I mean, if it doesn't do it in the next 18 minutes, you can just close the trade manually for the live if you like. Entirely up to you. But
yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes here. I'm feeling relatively confident on this guy. I think that before the session ends, I believe we're going to hit take profit, honestly, or stop out. I think one or the other is going to happen. So we'll see.
Well, hopefully not stop out.
Yeah. Regardless, it's a great trade. This was a really fun trade, and it's no matter what, it's going to be a good one to have followed and a good lesson regardless. So, and it's a micro. It's one micro. I'm not trading 5 minis or this isn't insane or anything. So
yeah,
consistency, and that's kind of the reason I'm also trading micros, because for any of the viewers out there, my goal is for viewers to understand, especially when you're doing prop challenges like here on Hola Prime, like a 50K account, for example. You have $1,500 to work with in order to your max loss is going to be $1,500, and then you're out of the challenge, and you need to try and make $1,500. And the whole point of these prop accounts is to show the consistency. And how do you do that when you only have $1,500 of to the upside or the downside? Like the point is to be small. You got to be small and consistent. And that's kind of what I want to exemplify here, trading the micros, is when you're having these $30 to $60 to $80 days, it doesn't seem like a lot, but when you're doing it over and over and over again, all of a sudden in a month's time, you've passed the step one and you've moved on in your prop trading career, and you get, it's great. So, yeah, that's my goal, is to try and promote that kind of mentality.
Absolutely. You're absolutely spot on. I mean, the biggest mistake you can make in prop trading is trying to pass the challenge too quickly. Take your time with it. If you're trying to pass it in 2 days, look, is it possible? Of course, you can get lucky, a couple of trades, you can hit that target, but you're going to have to risk way more. And the likelihood is, you get 1 or 2 trades wrong in a row, you're out. And then you're going to pay the challenge fee again and redo it and start from scratch. Just take your time. Give yourself, I'll say a realistic, anywhere between 2 weeks to a month is usually a good kind of time zone to kind of target. Depends how often you trade. If you're someone who can't trade every day, fair enough, and you can take more time. But if you're, a day trader trading every single day, give yourself a month to pass it. Try to, like you said, go on. Sorry, Paul.
No, I'm sorry. I just got out of the trade. I just saw some order flow that I did not like, and I just got out, and I just took my $16 or $17. I apologize. I just interrupted you there, but I needed to quickly.
No, absolutely. I just saw you do that. Awesome. Yeah, I think ultimately you're right. If the back end could pull up my screen real quick. And while that happens, there we go. Yeah, we saw a little bit of change in character, nothing too extreme, but like as we had before, this whole move up, we've always had sellers get trapped right at the bottom, buyers push it up, sellers getting trapped right at the bottom, quite a few here actually. Buyers push it up, sellers getting trapped, buyers push it up, sellers getting trapped, buyers push it up, sellers getting trapped, buyers push it up. Sellers getting trapped, buyers push it up again, and never really, the only thing I would see now slightly, but it wouldn't be like the end of the world. We're just kind of going sideways. I think it's going to be a bit of consolidation, and then eventually it will have that pop up. But sometimes it's good to kind of take your money off the table and then jump in again at if the market goes sideways for a bit. If it has like a little push down, course, you see that same pattern occur, jump in again.
Of course, I'm now out, and the down